Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Over the course of the next 2 days, 11 players will be battling it out to join John Worsley at finals night on Saturday after the debutant lost just 2 of his matches en route to booking his place in Saturday's finals night, coming through via the Group A table. Before we look ahead to Groups B and C, let's remind ourselves of how things unfolded yesterday afternoon. David Evans showed glimpses of quality during his Group A campaign. Despite this 1-1-6 though, it was his finishing that let him down and saw him finish bottom of Group A. As for Alec Small, he also struggled to find a form that saw him reach the Week 8 final in the last stage, so will be back in action this morning. McGuirk harboured chances of a Group B campaign until late on yesterday, this 1-4-7 temporarily keeping his hopes alive before being whitewashed by the hammer. Steve Brown was the standout performer on day 3, winning his first 3 games with averages in excess of 90. The ADC qualifier will certainly fancy his chances of making it through to finals night. The hammer was favourite to win the group before a dart had been thrown. He finished runner-up, having put in some contrasting displays. But on debut, Group A belonged to Welshman Worsley. 2 unbeaten days. He nervously lost his opening 2 yesterday before beating the hammer to book his spot at finals night. A superb debut campaign from John Worsley. Yeah, as we mentioned there, it really was a phenomenal campaign. Of course, he lost his first 2 games yesterday. The first 2 he'd lost in Group A, but the way he recomposed to win that crunch match with the hammer really summed up what he's been about this week.
Yeah, and you've always got that quality. If you've got a tour card like Jonathan Worsley has many times before, you're going to have that quality in that class to dig yourself out of a situation. He would have been in that situation many times before, so would have had a lot of positive experience to draw on, and he did just at that right time. It went down to a 3-all with Andy Hamilton, when if Hamilton would have won that, would have been within 2 points, and then you start worrying, you start looking ahead, you start thinking about the lives and the opportunities you've lost, and actually it becomes a harder task. And I referenced the cube yesterday, and we talk about when things look easy, but the prize is big, it actually makes the challenge very nervy. Yeah,
it really would have been squeaky bum time had the hammer come through in that one, but it was Worsley who went on to win. Let's have a look then at the groups for B and C. C is our focus this morning, with Alec Small back in action, David Evans and McGurk as well, and then you've got 3 other players joining them, of course. Claydon is one that really stands out. It didn't work out for him at Q-School, but last 16 of the Challenge Tour event last month, some really good wins along the way. He's also qualified for the UK Open, so showing signs that he is getting back to form.
Yeah, and for me, Claydon is one of those players that is so good, but he doesn't know it. And I think when he realises how good he is, I think he'll do a lot better. He's had a tour card for a few years. He's qualified for the UK Open by the Riley's qualifying system, which is not an easy system to do. We're talking 120 to 150 players in a venue. Good quality international, county standard players, ex-professionals, young up-and-coming players, good fields, and only 1 player goes through that. And we're talking like a 12-hour slog of a day to get through that. And Claydon's done that very recently, so that's good form coming into this as well.
Yeah, and that's backed in the betting odds as well, because he's favourite to come through in Group C. He's 7-4 to top Group C. Josh Richardson up there as well. Then you've got David Evans, who of course we saw in action in Group A. It was his finishing that really let him down. The same can probably be said for McGurk. Both of those were in action in a local competition yesterday. Does that surprise you, given how relentless this week is here at the MODUS Super Series, that they're playing darts outside of this as well?
Oh, I wouldn't be doing that for sure, especially when you come in here early in the morning or the next day. One of the questions we commonly ask, actually, and you can have 5 minutes off and ask myself a question, is there any experience to draw on from the first couple of days, or are the people coming in fresh going to benefit? I think the people that have played this week in Group A have nothing positive really coming into this. They've all played under par. They've all had errors within their game. Sometimes we get people drop into a Group C and we say, well, they didn't really deserve that. They played a lot better. But when we look at their 12-month running averages, everyone's been down so far. So does anyone have anything to draw on from this week? And that might be why they went to that local open, to try and find something and try and get some wins.
Yeah, maybe they were just searching to right the wrongs of Group A. So maybe it does make sense in that regard. But interesting to hear the thoughts of Matt Edgar then. Let's tuck into our first game of this morning's session and hand over to Henry Deacon.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone. And welcome once again to the MODUS Super Series. And what a treat of tungsten fun we're going to have on Thursday, both here at the Live Lounge and elsewhere. And we kick things off with the battle between Jordan Brooks and Shane McGurk, the first encounter in Group C here in Week 1 of Series 3. But Shane McGurk, he came through Group A. He finished 4th on 12 points following his 15 matches, whilst for Jordan Brooks, it's a first appearance of the week for the 39-year-old from Fleetwood, who played at the WDF World Championships last time around. As for McGuirk, the 27-year-old is a former development tour event winner is the arrow, but can the arrow fire in the right direction? We're about to find out. Owen Binks is our referee for the afternoon session here at the MODUS Super Series, and alongside me in the commentary box for the next couple of days, it's hello Matthew Edgar.
Good morning,
79.
Henry. Good morning, everyone. Group C action. Looking forward to this. I'm interested to see. I spoke to Abby upstairs and I said that I don't think there's anything that the players can draw on in terms of the experience of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. They've been here for 3 days. Shane McGuirk, David Evans and Alec Small. The pattern of play, as far as Shane McGurk goes, it's been declining every single day. And the issue hasn't been
140.
this part, which is getting right so far, the back-to-back 140s to kick off the leg. The concern has come at the back end of legs. The increasing number of missed doubles throughout the day. And throughout the days. It got worse for him as the week went on. Be interesting to see if he's found a way to put that right, or maybe it's a case of not even needing to change anything. It's just a case of trying to forget that negativity of the world he got caught up on in Group A.
Only positives, though, for Jordan Brooks at the beginning of his campaign for the week. As McGurk after 9 wants a 161, and it's under severe threat now because Brooks on 97, an untimely moment for a bounce out there to try and take the opening leg of his particular week in the space of 5 visits. He is going to get 2 at tops. Double 10 will do a steady enough, efficient enough start for Jordan Brooks to his Super Series campaign, nailing the double 10 for a 15 dart to start. Plays at that level. He's going to be more than competitive in this group. Mention with Shane McGurk, could it have been a double-edged sword, the fact that he went to play at a local competition last night? Because, as you mentioned, he had troubles on the doubles. There's things that he wants to work on, and you can get the element that going to a competition like that will help him in that quest. But say he had an unsuccessful night, could it go the other way and it actually devoids him even more confidence?
Well, I think they did all have an unsuccessful night, actually, because when I walked in there this morning, they was all telling me that Simon Whitlock went through the lot of them. It was like the Simon Whitlock beating corner when I went in there.
79.
Beat all of our players that are going into Group C. And I'm not going to lie, don't know a lot about Jordan Brooks. He's
45.
quite new to me. But I asked a few questions earlier on and last night of people that may know him, and they told me that his pace is actually quite slow.
59.
They must have been confusing him with somebody else, because Jordan Brooks does not look slow. Is this Jordan Brooks picking up the pace a little bit here today and getting some instant rewards? Or have his friends been watching someone else for all the years?
$59. Shane, record 118.
Although time is an interesting imposter. 6 from here for McGurk on the 118. One done at top to level us up.
78.
Doesn't go. And so Brooks back on 204, can only try and pile the pressure on.
60. Shane, you require 40.
Let's see how the doubling starts for Shane McGurk. Very low. We can
Games
forgive
on the
those, though,
second
that
leg.
the early
Shane
point of the day.
McGuirk.
This time of morning, 9:40 a.m. here in the UK.
Delegates Jordan to throw first. Game on.
Just as we're warming into things, you can just expect the odd low dart or the odd flyer. Well, I always find these first round of fixtures quite hard
60.
to navigate, and we often see players get better as the campaign goes on. Ironically, though, it tends to be the older players that seem to start
100.
better.
To be fair, the youth of today, Matt.
60.
Yeah, I can imagine most of them aren't even up at 9:30 in the morning, never mind trying to throw international standard darts.
Some aren't up at
97.
9:30 at night.
$140.
Of course, it's not just the UK where people are tuning in. I know there's a number of viewers joining us from around the world, courtesy of the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And if you are, very warm welcome to you. And don't forget to give us a subscribe if you are tuning in for the first time, because on top of the live action, we'll be bringing you highlights packages of every single session. We'll also
60.
bring you some special games of the day. That Martin Adams encounter against Colin Osborne last week is clipped up close to 40,000 views.
125.
And of course, plenty of live darts. Plenty of live darts today. It's a live dart-a-thon today. 40 matches are going to be broadcasted today.
105.
World Seniors,
Shane
the
McGuirk,
Premier League.
98.
And your double serving of MODUS Super Series.
Down for double 19. This is for the break of throw and a 2-1 lead.
60.
But the opportunity comes and goes, and Brooks here should, with all things being equal, get a dart at tops. He will stay there. What is his favourite? Double 18.
Jordan
And double 18 found. Survives 2 darts on Shane McGurk. What would have been a break of throw.
Shane to throw first.
But
Game
Brooks opens up a 2-1 lead, and he's halfway towards the victory post.
on. 140.
You mentioned that the players that have played so far this week, I don't think I've got any experience or positivity or benefit of playing those first 3 days.
60.
Shane McGurk's running average, 84 for Group A. Started with an 89 average on the first day. That dropped to 84. That dropped to
41.
79. So 5 points dropped per day on his daily average. His seasonal average for the last 12 months is closer to 90.
68.
means on all days, Monday fractionally, so we can probably say 2 days, Shane McGuirk has underperformed, and they are the most 2 recent days.
134.
Which is why I sort of mentioned upstairs with Abby that I don't think the players that have played have got any sort of positivity coming into this, and you've got to probably favour the 3 new players.
140.
And there's no doubt that they would have watched as well, the players who are coming in today, and would have thought, well, I've fancied my chances against this lot.
Oh, absolutely.
100.
You'll just click it on every now and then, and depending what moment you're clicking in for, you'll be more than happy with what you've seen if you're coming into Group C. Shane McGurk, 84 average is the best of the players that come into this group. David Evans and Alec Small down on the 82.
You wouldn't expect from them. You'd expect this to go for McGurk, although this week it has been
70.
a bit of feast or famine in terms of the finishing, and it was famine there as Brooks returns for the ton to go within a leg of the opening match of this group. Trying to go for the 16s there.
52.
So McGurk returns 4-16, double 8 for 2 apiece. A little shuffle across.
Game
Kiss that
is
off
on
the barrel. That's
forfeit.
exactly what he
Shane
does
McGuirk.
to level this game up.
You mentioned the feast or famine.
Fifth leg, it's Jordan to throw
Shane
first.
McGurk.
Game on.
I don't think it's been too much feasting, to be honest. I think it's been more of a picnic at best, because we talk about the last 2 days. Tuesday, he was 13
100.
successful doubles hit out of 52 attempts. And then yesterday, it was only 10 successful out of 50 attempts. So if we combine the last 2 days,
140.
he has hit 23 doubles, but it has took him 102 darts to hit 23 times. That means he's roughly about 1 in 5.
Which, if you want to compare it to what the mean standard would be to compete right at the top end, you're probably talking about 1 in 3.
180.
Talking about 3, that is 3 to bed, and that is the third max of our opening match of this group.
There's 2 from 9 in this match, 22.22%, which is probably around about where he is in general, like that sort of 23, 24% for the week. That is not going to win you weeks here at the
65.
MODUS Super Series. However, the bonus he's got is that is in the past. It's now about the present. And everybody is on 0.0 legs, 0 matches.
I'm going to stay there.
I feel like that's the sort of shot as well, like one of these combination shots that could really just spark things off for Shane McGurk. Jordan Brooks attempting the Della, the man who will be playing in that Seniors World Championship, taking on a Super Series regular himself in Michael Huntley.
Yeah, I think you'll get a reference to the 138 on the shirt as well. Will this be a referencing point?
20.
It could well be, because Shane McGurk has had 2 darts at tops to break the throw of Jordan Brooks. Is this going to be a reprieve for the Sheriff? Oh, hello.
57.
Double, why not?
40.
Get out the red pen, because this is a moment. Red pen is important stuff. Big exchange of 3 darts here.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And Shane McGurk finds tops, and the reason that is such a big moment, a red pen moment, is because that is the breaker throw now for Shane McGurk.
Shane to throw first.
Shane McGurk now has the opportunity to serve this out and pick up the first 2 points of Group C.
You can't say he hasn't had opportunity after opportunity in this game, McGurk. He's just finding a way to eventually get over the line in legs. You have a look at the checkout percentage. It's 3 from 13.
41.
Which equates to 23.8%, which is roundabout where he has been. But if you're going to outscore your opponent this heavy, you've got the opportunity and the right in which you can miss those couple of extra shots.
And the difference really has been in the power full segment of the scoring power pack. The 140 plus is the 2 maximums. Brooks has been efficient in the ton plus column, but hasn't really been able to advance too far above that.
He's not gelling them together. That's the difference. Jordan Brooks is slipping in a couple of 41s, couple of 57s, and just those trebleless visits just costing him a little bit of ground, just allowing Shane McGurk those extra 9 darts at a double.
$83.
Big last dart. Brooks still has 6 from here, but room to manoeuvre has just dwindled a little bit.
Brooks will get first poke to level this one up.
96.
A big last start from Shane McGurk. Needs him a potential 2-darter. And there's that wayward dart. The wayward dart that's just cost him in the scoring stages has now cost him at the back end.
Shane McGuirk, 79.
Well, this is to wrap up a pretty efficient opening performance. He's going to give himself 1 dart at tops to get over the line. And that is exactly what Shane McGurk does as he gets the better of Jordan Brooks by 4 legs to 2, doing so with an 89 average. 4 out of 14 on the doubles, but it was his scoring prowess which has seen him get the better of the Sheriff. And so Shane McGurk wins the opening game of Group C by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Josh Richardson takes on Alec Small.
So then, next up, Josh Richardson taking on Alec Small in our second match of this morning's session. Small, of course, winning 4 of his 15 games in Group A, a subdued campaign. He just didn't really kick into gear. He takes on the winner of a Dev Tour title and 2016 Boys World Champion in Richardson. Of course, we've seen his dad finish runner-up to Graham Usher here at the Super Series. Can his son emulate or maybe even go one better this week? Well, his campaign starts here. Let's hand back to Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon to guide you through the action.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, Josh Richardson in action here. A man who we have seen actually win 10 out of 10 in a Group C. And this was back when we were in Southampton. He takes on Alec Small, the champion of champions in 2022. Last year being a year where he really did rise to prominence within the darting scene, winning that tournament, gaining qualification into this event as well, or an invitation into this event. And we saw him play in the last game of last year when he took on Adam Warner in the final of week 8. He would lose out in a last leg decider in that particular encounter. But what we're going to see in this one, I wonder.
.58.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Josh Richardson, someone who came onto my radar at quite a young age for myself, being from the
60.
Northamptonshire area. The son of James Richardson. Ruthless, someone we've seen down here on a regular basis, but we've seen
66.
Josh make big strides and big improvements over the last sort of 12 months or so. We've got that
39.
development tour title, and he did that in some style as well. Some good names beaten along the way there. I think the two that really stand out for me are one, quarter-final win there against Adam Gowlas,
60.
who we recently saw at the PDC World Championships, and Dylan Slevin, a man who was mightily impressive at Q
128.
School this year, and a lot of people's tip to be the standout performer of the Q School graduates from this year. Josh beat both of them on course to that title. I believe he's also recently been called up to the England men's team.
180.
Both him and his dad. I don't know if that's been done before. The father and son combination playing for England.
98.
It's
Joshua
happening soon.
137.
First father and son combination to win the British Open pairs back in 2022. Richardson. 64 remaining. We'll head around for the
89.
16s.
$134. Joshua McGuirk 48.
So Richardson here to get his campaign off to the perfect start. Hold a throw in the opening leg if he can find double 16, and now double 8.
Game shot on the
And
first
that
leg.
is netted
Josh
by the man they
Richardson.
call Stealth.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's worked that nickname out too well, has he? Because if he looked on the
Second leg is
screens
Alec to
before he
throw
came,
first.
you can
Game
see
on.
we've got these black curtains, background, and he's came here with a big blue, bright shirt on.
There's nothing wrong
92.
with a bright blue shirt, Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, I don't think he's quite stealthy camouflaged himself
60.
into the background. And another thing about the shirt as well, we mentioned this with Jonathan Worsley as well, that what tends to happen is when people win a
121.
world championship, Josh has won a world championship in the junior game, they tend to put a star on the shirt. It would appear that Josh Richardson, in his young
71.
years, is about the 72-time world champion already.
So does that mean when I beat Charlie
42.
Korstefin in the MODUS Super Series Staff World Championships of Best of 301, does that mean I can now have a star on my shirt?
I've seen you play,
83.
and you ain't beating anybody.
Mind you, the last time I saw you
39.
for a dial was on the sofa. Sure, that'd be a video that'd be
58.
re-perpetrated for social media purposes.
Yeah, it was a good dart, that one.
59.
Alec Small, someone, if I had to guess a credential, I would say hits lots of 180s. That wasn't the story, though, of his Group A campaign. He was actually the lowest 180 hitter
137.
of
And
the
it was
week.
148. $100. Joshua McGuirk 92.
If you want to know what Josh Richardson thinks to that dart of the bull, just look at his face. It told you everything you needed to know. Wasn't happy with that. Gonna have to come across. Still got a chance to win this leg.
45.
Nearly
McGuirk,
well
48.
recovered there from Josh. Instead, he's got to stand back and watch Alec Small at this 48.
Game shot on the second leg. Alec
And
Small.
then he gets to hear Owen Binks give him the call he didn't want to hear.
Third leg is
call.
Josh to throw
That
first.
tells him it's
Game
a level
on.
game.
Do you feel like this year for Alex Small, as good a year as 2022 is, this year
100.
he'd be looking to push on and maybe find a little bit more consistency to his game, because we know how enigmatic he can be at his rip pull
60.
with Beth, but perhaps The one thing he's missing from his arsenal is a bit more of a B game.
43.
Yeah, and it's hard to develop that because a lot of that comes down to
100.
experience and playing in different environments and different feelings. Because one thing you don't practice for is you don't practice to play second part.
140.
All your practice plan and your routine and your training needs to be about being better and getting the best out of you. You don't train
58.
to try and develop a secondary game. That comes through match play. And that would be my advice to Alec Small this year. Play as many times as you can. Get yourself down here.
58.
Every time that knock comes on the door from the MODUS Super Series, answer it and get down here and play. Get to every event you can get to. Whether that's Challenge Tour, Development Tour, ADC. Play darts this year and he will become better for it as long as he keeps doing his routines.
95. Alec, 158.
I'm not sure what the counting was there from Josh. Himself.
44. Joshua requires
140
65.
and decided to go on the ball.
Well, this could go anywhere. Tops is the preferred
Game's on
option.
the third
Tops is what
Josh
Richardson finds. And Tops sees Richardson go 2-1 in front.
Fourth leg is Alec to throw first. Game on.
We say about the father and son combination, don't we, of Josh and James? And I keep checking and just, I don't want to call him James. I keep
79.
nearly doing it. But they actually played each other, didn't they, in the old venue in Southampton? And James hit Josh with a 9-darter. Absolutely loved that. Big fan of
134.
giving them nothing. Make them earn every scrap they're going to get.
Cheers, Dad. Son's crying.
85.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier in the week I'm not a fan of the participation medal.
That's a shame because that's what you're getting this week.
So that's probably all
97.
you've got in your trophy cabinet, isn't it?
I'd rather not talk about school
49.
sports today.
Henry turned up. There you go, there's a medal.
And they wish I didn't.
140.
I did come third in the 100 metres once.
41. Joshua require 130.
There's only 3 people running.
Yeah, I was hoping you didn't bring that up.
65.
Halves his score. We'll get an opportunity here to extend.
59. Josh requires 65.
Alec Small could be more of the same from what we've seen from him so far this week. He was battling with David Evans for the bottom position for most of it.
45.
Them two a bit wild from Josh. No damage done though. Alec Small a long way back on 188 despite throwing first in this leg.
100. Josh require 20.
He's just making a symbol there that he's making
Game
feeling a
shown
little
the
bit of
fourth leg.
nerves.
Josh
Alec
Richardson.
Small, that is. Josh Richardson might be able to make the most of this. He
Fifth leg
looks
is
up to the
Josh to throw
heavens for
first. Game on.
a message of inspiration.
$96.
Richardson in this game has just done enough by being solid enough, hasn't he?
81.
Exactly, he's running at an 85.54 average. That's solid enough. In terms of winning groups, I say around about the 88 marks, enough to win a Group A.
180.
And he's now gone over the top of that. So he doesn't need to find anything. He's just got to keep doing what he's doing.
140.
But sometimes when you are playing at that par level, you always feel a little bit vulnerable. And I just get that sense from Josh in the fact that he's just a little bit flustered. He doesn't realise how good a position he is in right now. And you tend to find this with a lot of young players.
90.
They want it over. They want it over. They want the prize. They want the rewards yesterday. And actually, he's in a very strong position here.
60.
And with that experience that he's gaining, eventually he'll realise just how strong this is. He's 206 points away. He can't be affected in terms of... He can't be stopped from winning this match by Alec Small unless he misses.
60.
And he's got a couple of points on the board in case it does go wrong. He's got legs to fall back on.
134. Joshua 146.
We're seeing a lot of the time now players for this finish go 2 triple 19s as opposed to the triple 20, triple 18 route of old. Well, especially the more younger
23.
players
And it
are, but
requires 86.
Richardson decided to go the traditional route. Small here to obtain a breaker throw, once 86. Had to go bullseye following the single 4, which left him 82. He did 2 18s there to leave
40.
a dart at the ball.
Joshua 123.
He's not left a double after that turn either. But he is going to come back.
83. Alec, you require 46.
That's what I mean about the danger of a slippery slope when you're trying to rush things. And you want it all over with.
Game on the 5th leg. Alec Small.
Alec Small loves that double 18. All week he's been trying to leave it at every possible turn.
6th leg is
That
Alex to
really
throw
strong
first.
position that Josh
Game on.
Richardson was in, that I said I felt like he didn't realise how strong a position it was. He ended up not even
131.
managing to get a dart at the double from 206. That's when you can start
60.
getting on your own back a little bit. We see the roll of the eyes. I think it's unravelling a little bit here for Josh.
96.
And this was always a game that was here for if Alec Small can just find a purple patch, he can go on and win it. Josh Richardson was just...
96.
He was doing enough. That's all he had to do, was just doing enough, because he was being created opportunities, because as you can see on the score in power pack,
129.
in terms of power scoring, Alec Small 10 ton plus scores, but in terms of the big powerful scores, a lot of those ton plus scores for Richardson are 1-3-1s and scores like that.
57.
The
I think
power of Josh Richardson's scoring has been the
145.
consistency in and around the 80 to 90 region.
You said Josh Richardson was doing enough.
43.
He had it won. He had it in his own hands. He had 9 darts on 206. And he is absolutely capitulating and
60.
unravelling
Alec
before our eyes.
102.
Not just on the dartboard side of things, but on the right-hand side of your screen where we get to watch the player. Bullseye.
Game
Leaves
shot
double
the 6th
16.
leg. Alec
It is
Small.
3-all, and that will be like a blow to the solar plexus of Josh Richardson. He's looking around.
7
He's
from
lost
final
his
against Josh to
focus.
throw
He's in
first.
trouble.
Game on. $57.
And the chance has opened up for Small.
I wouldn't say it's a small
100.
chance at the moment either. Josh needs to refocus. He needs something to happen just to give him some positivity.
134.
Good darts, good response. When everything just starts going against you,
57.
dig in with a 2 treble combination. This is better.
121.
Got the advantage of throwing this leg. He's used it well. He's opened
80.
that gap. We're now in that situation we was before, where it is now Josh's to lose. He's got hands on it. Can he take it this time?
An unopportune bounce out there
40.
for Small. But once again, it's been around this point. It's been around this point where he's in the middle part of the leg looking to set up a
140.
finish.
Joshua Coyne,
Well, he's had a couple of problems.
149.
Small there with that 140 leaves him on 124. Richardson here, 149 for the match. Won't go. Small looking to the very least have a dart on the
95.
bullseye for
Alec
the match.
124.
Use the bullseye as part of the last checkout combination.
63. Joshua
But
Coyne,
Josh
54.
will finally get some match darts and a chance to wrap this up and end with the 2 points. Well, from 189 He has now thrown 7 darts. It's going to take him 8 darts to get to a double from 189.
Game shot on the match.
But he only needed
Josh Richardson.
the 1 dart at double to get the better of Alec Small by 4 legs to 3, who threatened the comeback in the midway point of the match. But Richardson wins out in the end. His consistency proving decisive in securing the success against Small. He wins in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. We're going to take a short break. When we return, the final player we haven't seen yet in Group C, Brett Claydon, in action. He takes on David Evans.
Next up then, we welcome Brett Claydon to the MODUS Super Series. As we mentioned at the top of the show, he had a disappointing Q-School campaign, but has responded very well indeed, with a decent run to the last 16 of a Challenge Tour event at the end of January, and recently qualifying for the UK Open. He's taken on David Evans, who he actually met at Q-School back in 2016. Stretch coming through in a decider on that occasion. Evans, of course, finished bottom of the Group A table, but I believe he's been practicing since 6:30 this morning. Will the work he's put in on his doubles pay dividends here as he looks to complement his decent scoring with improved finishing? Well, before we tuck into this one, let's hear from debutant Claydon. He spoke to Henry Deacon a little while ago.
Brett, welcome to the Super Series. How much are you looking forward to being here?
Yeah, I'm totally looking forward to it. heard a lot of good things about this place off a few people, and yeah, can't wait to get started. Really, so looking forward to it. Playing well at the minute, so who knows?
It's a new experience for yourself, and I can just tell you've got a little bit of a glint in your eye.
Yes, it's just like being on stage again on a Euro tour or UK Open. Just got that feel about it that this could suit me, so I'm looking forward to it.
How important is a competition like this for players in your situation who wanted to get back onto the Pro Tour scene, to have the opportunity to play in a competitive environment against the best players in the world and outside the PDC system and get match practice?
Well, if you look at the people who got through Q School this year, Stephen Burton, Josh Payne, Graham Hall, Graham Usher, Adam Warner, they've all been on this stage. They've all done it. It's a good thing. It works. And hopefully it will work for me and put me in the right direction, ready for next year.
And just finally, how are you rating your chances for this week?
I'm feeling good. That's the main thing. If we can just build on that and pick up some results, hopefully I won't have to hack my way through some games, but I'm sure there'll be a slog along the way.
We wish you all the very best, Brett. Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Welcome, Brett Claydon, to the MODUS Super Series. Two players who were on the PDC Pro Tour last year, but now very much a part of the Super Series furniture in 2023. Both players with ambitions to make it back onto the Pro Tour at Q School next year. Brett Claydon, the 40-year-old, nicknamed the Shredder. He'll be hoping to do some shredding this week, but can he outlast stretch David Evans, the 33-year-old from Preston, who made the quarterfinals of the last ever BDO World Championships back in 2020 and was a regular feature of the at-home product of this particular competition before going on and winning that tour card in 2021. And I think this is going to be a theme we're going to see a lot this series, battles between these kinds of players. We saw it a little bit with John Henderson at the end of the last series. Players who just come off tour and looking to use this event as a vehicle to A, find a bit of form back, B, get a bit of confidence, and C, an opportunity to use this as a springboard to get back amongst the 128.
Confidence. That's an interesting word to pick up on as the very first talking point, because confidence is something Brett Claydon should be coming into this with plenty of. Yes, he didn't do very well at Q School, but he has gone and qualified for the UK Open, winning one of those qualifiers where well over 100 entries normally enter. And I think Brett Claydon should play with confidence anyway. I really like Brett Claydon as a player. I think he's a lot better than he probably realises that he is.
81.
Confidence. David Evans. How much is he going to have following the first 3 days? Now, day 1 and day 2 really didn't happen for him. 82.62, 80.66 was his averages. A lot of the time averaging in the 70s. It was sort of a 93 average that sort of rose that up for him and rose that sort of baseline.
But you require 164.
However, yesterday, 85.24 and registered his first ton plus checkout as well. If he assesses that as Wednesday through to Thursday, he should be okay. If he assesses it as Group A, moving into Group C, he finished bottom. And by stats, probably rightly so.
45. But you require 104.
And finds himself a long way behind in this leg. Claydon, 104 to take the opener with throw. Has that sneaked in? Yes, it has. A double 12 for the opener, but that just looked a little bit snatched there. A bit of a snap from the shredder.
He sort of flicked his wrist at it. He didn't extend the arm and let the arm do the work. He got so far and then just flicked the wrist. 12. You tend to find that when you just get a little bit nervous, you don't want to be as expressive and move the hand far away from the body. Expect to see him bust this one. David Evans all the way back on 185. And I don't think this is the right game for David Evans. I agree that Brett Claydon is the favourite to win this group.
Brett, you require
and you
12.
sort of feel that David would have probably, after the finishing bottom in Group A, would have probably preferred someone other than Brett.
6. David, you require
However,
86.
if you do play the favourite and you get the opportunities and you take them, things look slightly different.
61. Brett, you require 6.
Well, that would have been highway robbery if Evans won that leg. He may still win this leg if Claydon cannot mop up the
Game's
double
on the
free.
first leg. Brett
But
Claydon.
he gets it that time. And he leads by a leg to 0. And I just wonder with Brett Claydon, we know the
Second leg
quality
is David to throw first.
that he's got.
Game on.
But perhaps we may have expected a little bit more from his career so far.
Oh, I would fully
100.
expect more from Brett than Brett's got, but I think part of that is, I keep saying it, I don't think he realises how good he is. And you get this with some players. Jason Lowe, another one of those players who
100.
they better than they give themselves credit for, and they sort of just don't see the talent they've got, and they're not able to mix it with the opportunities that
92.
are available there. However, going to a bit of branding here, I think maybe Brett Claydon should have a word with Josh Richardson, because when we talk about stealth, look at the back of Brett Claydon's shirt. Now that is stealthy
100.
writing. You can't even see the Brett Claydon in there. That's how it's done, Josh.
So we're going to have a nickname swap. So we're going to call Josh Richardson the Shredder and then Brett Claydon Stealth.
99.
Works for me. From stealth to the board. I've never actually asked him why he's called Shredder. I don't know whether it's because he's a fan of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or if there's another story there.
100.
Even though he really, really enjoyed his trips to Staples as a kid. Other paperware stores are available, of course.
80.
I don't think we should swap our nicknames. I'm not sure you really want mine, do you?
Which one?
60. David, you
The one
require
we're allowed to say or the one we're
130.
not?
Both. Another one of them. But it is an awkward first start. You could just see the way it went in, and so decided to stay away from the treble, ensure of the dart at the
Game's
bowl.
on the second leg. David Evans.
And it was a perfect play from David Evans.
Feel like it's Brett to throw first. Game on.
That'll make David Evans feel better. It's not been a successful
180.
hunting ground for him down here in Portsmouth. But he's got that focus, he's got that determination. It doesn't appear to be letting too much bother
96.
him at the moment, which is good. We heard from Abby upstairs on she was introducing this game that David Evans said he's been practicing since 6:30 this morning.
I wasn't even awake at
100.
6:30 this morning.
It shows you where David Evans feels like he should be. First place, he doesn't feel he should be in Group C.
100.
Second thing, he feels he should be here on Saturday night. And he is putting in the preparation to suggest that he may be able to turn this around.
180.
I think he's got to almost ignore this result if this one goes against, because Brett Claydon is the bookie's favourite for this. 7-4 to win this group.
138.
And I cannot
Rate
argue with
required,
that.
41.
I'd be going the same.
Tots
Game
on
shot
11
the
dart
third
leg. That is
Brett Claydon.
absolutely magnificent from Brett Claydon. And you just take out that little bit of a struggle on the doubles at the end of the first leg. The
So
average is
look, it's David to throw
90.8,
first.
but really that
Game
should be caveated a little bit, probably by a good 7 points.
Yeah, welcome to the Super Series, Brett Claydon. Because that is what Brett Claydon can do.
45.
That is what he is capable of. Group C, you are on notice. Be warned.
96. 137.
I suppose as well, the predicament that both players find themselves coming into this particular week of the Super
140.
Series on the back of dropping off the Pro Tour. If you do well here, it gives you the sort of confidence that we've kind of seen exude from John Henderson. However, if you play the counter argument, if you struggle here, can you get a feeling of, well, here we go again?
I think
47.
players that have had the sort of pedigree to play on the tour in the first place, I think will always find that game somewhere. And I think when they come here, you know, there's two ways of looking at it.
133.
John Henderson was kind of vocal on his social media that he didn't want to go to Q School. He didn't want to be on the Challenge Tour. He didn't want to do this. He wanted to be on the Pro Tour.
58.
Josh
David,
Payne
you
last
require
year did exactly the
46.
same. I think there'll be some players, like you say, use this for very good game time, match time. And
26.
a very good
But you
income.
require 160.
It's prize money not to be sniffed at. This might not be sniffed at. But it's not going to go this time.
100.
So Evans,
David, you
back for
require
2 apiece.
20.
If he can nail this double 10, he's been more than efficient in the legs that he's thrown first.
Game shot on the fourth.
Well, those are 3
David
completely
Evans.
contrasting darts. The first one looked like a good marker. Then after the second one, when he was in a different postcode, and then
Siblings
manages with the
Brett to
third
throw
one
first.
to sneak it off the
Game on.
barrel of the first.
I actually thought the second was a good. No, I didn't know. It was a wayward
Is that one of
dart.
your darts?
Yeah, it did. It was a long way off, but well recovered. He didn't fluster him. He didn't react.
140.
That's a sign of experience and composure there for David Evans. So kudos to him. We've seen earlier on with a younger player like Josh Richardson, who, when he hits a single one, almost stops his throw because he wants to pull
39.
faces. None of that from David Evans. Just ploughs on, gets the job done. It's not about the dart you've just thrown, it's the dart you're about to throw.
And the darts that Brett Claydon
140.
is throwing at the minute is absolutely stupendous. Averaging 94.5. He's had 2 maximums. But perhaps as impressively, if we have a look at the score in Power Pack,
59.
5 scores of a ton 40 plus.
And most of these are on his throw, which is going to make him extremely hard to beat due to the fact he's thrown first in this match.
93. $121. But you require 128.
He has the luxury of time here, Claydon, so he can, well, he can go whichever way he wants. He could probably read the newspaper as well.
88.
The amount of time that he's got.
Maybe he could design a shirt that we can actually read his name on.
60. But you require 40.
It's not about the shirt, it's about the darts. And if this dart lands in tops, he'll be 1 away from his first victory in the Super Series.
20.
That applies some
134.
pressure,
But you require 20.
but is that too little too late? Up for 5s. This has been the one concern that Claydon's game has
Game
been
shot on the
finishing off
fifth
the
leg.
legs. But there's
Brett
no
Claydon.
concern that time. And he is a leg away from gaining victory against Evans. If he missed that last dart at double,
Sick against David to
Evans-
throw first. Game on.
would have opened the door for himself.
David Evans continuing this upwards trend in terms of his performance. It's getting better for him.
134.
I think in this sort of situation, like we mentioned earlier, even if it is defeat for David Evans, you can kind of ignore that
60.
when you lose to the group favourite. And The thing with these Group Cs is the amount of losers you are allowed to have.
31.
I've always said you can afford 3. You're unlucky if you don't go through with 14 points. It's happened before, myself included in that bracket, where people have gone out with 14 points. But that gives you 3
60.
lives, 3 opportunities. Forget the table. Don't play the table. We'll worry about the table. As a player in this, just know you can lose 3
60.
matches, and that'll be life number 1 gone for Jordan Brooks, Alec Small, and whoever doesn't win this match.
137.
The thing that's we got to do with these groups, you've got to simplify it a little bit. That's why tournament play is so popular, and why the players enjoy that style of play, because it's simple.
93.
Win, you continue. Lose, grab your stuff, go home.
$100.
But Evans again, it's an improved leg with the throw. And barring Claydon taking out this
100,
game with a
rating record
mesmeric 144, he should give
144.
himself an opportunity here. But can Claydon round off his Super Series debut in some style? Not this time.
94. David, you require 83.
And so, the ball
Game, shoot the
ball
sick flag.
for David Evans. And it's twice he has found the middle of the diddle to solve the darting riddle.
7th and final leg, it's Brett to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the 130. Saw that go a few times this week, actually. John Worsley, on the very first leg of the week, took out the 130 in Group A.
55.
Then Andy Hamilton, twice taking out the 130, the same way David Evans did. 20, treble 20, the ball.
140.
Which double?
And for the
57.
first time in this match, Brett Claydon does not open big on his throw. A double of trebleless visits.
29.
And David Evans didn't take advantage. 2 very nervy darts, one very high, one very low, and both left.
100.
And it doesn't matter how long you lead a darts match for. The only time it matters is when it comes to the finishing line. And Brett Claydon, who has led at every single possible juncture,
60.
could well find himself broken in the decider.
57.
And you've got to give credit to David Evans here, because there was probably a point midway through this game where Claydon was going through the gears. And it could have been so easy for him to fold. But those 2 bullseye finishes, the 130 the most notable of which is just giving him opportunity and giving him this chance.
Anyone who's been on the Pro Tour is a winner of something to get to that place in the first place. Winners don't fold. Winners find a bit of a way. Although, this one, getting a little bit edgy already.
59. Brett,
I
you
think
require
both players probably feel
156.
like the other one is a serious contender for this. And they feel that the 2 points against each other are going to weigh quite valuable.
100.
But what a time
David, you require 120.
for a treble there. We'll get 2 darts a double if Evans cannot take out the Shanghai. And up the darting ladder he goes towards the top rung for 2 points.
Game,
And for an absolute steal of a win. David Evans, a 4-3 victor against Brett Claydon. Claydon, who had led throughout the course of the match, Evans with efficiency on his throw, which gave him the chance to take us to a deciding leg. 2-ton-plus checkouts, both taken on the ball. And David Evans is a 4-3 victor against Brett Claydon. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's going to be the beginning of round 2 for our day as Shane McGurk takes on Josh Richardson.
So next up, Shane McGuirk taking on Josh Richardson in our 4th match of this session. Both players victorious in their opening games today. McGurk with an average up around the 90 mark. Richardson, having got himself into a commanding position, had a mid-match wobble before getting over the line against Alec Small by pinning double 16 in a last leg decider. These two met just under a month ago at Q School in Milton Keynes, the Irishman with a 6-3 win on that occasion. Will it be more of the same, or can Richardson exact revenge in this one? Let's find out then with Matt and Henry.
Thank you, Abby. Be a interesting tussle. Two players that both have got victories in their opening games, but by quite contrasting ways. And I think we already starting to question mark the belief of Josh Richardson, certainly in that last one. And I'd say the composure seemed to have gone from that 3-1 lead in position. Shane McGurk, complete contrast, 89.12 average in his opener. And look, very composed, starting to correct the doubling issues.
Okay, first leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
If we have a look at what the odds compilers are going with this one, they're putting Shane McGurk down as favourite, 8-11 against the even money of Josh Richardson.
26.
But if they both play to type, it's going to be a hard one to call. And does the fact that Josh Richardson found a way to get out of that pit of lack of composure towards the back end of that game, he found the way to win, is that already
60.
given us the answer to what's going to be another successful day to Josh Richardson, because he has played in these groups before and gone through with a clean card.
Let me give you the
57.
Noel Malagdon theory. Do you remember when Peter Wright won his first World Championship? Noel Malagdon had the opportunity to knock him out of that particular event.
140.
It was a substandard performance by Snakebite, but he managed to find a way to win that game. He then found a way of winning the World Championship. And so I'm going to apply the Noel
51.
Malagdon theory into this. Josh Richardson, by his own standards, an 81 average in his opener against Alec Small. He knows he's got levels beyond that. But the fact that he won that game, does that say to you he's got over that, and maybe because he's won, you're going to see an elevated level of performance. Elevation
140.
is most certainly what we're seeing in these opening toes and throws.
Well, I do apologise, Josh Richardson, in advance, because Henry has just set the bar for you, and the bar is Peter Wright.
77.
Was
Shane,
nearly
you
about
require
to say,
40.
right on cue, some Peter Wright-esque darts there with a big finish.
Game shown
Shane
the
McGuirk
first
is the man who lands
Shane
the
McGurk.
finish. The doubles have been the question for Shane McGurk on Monday, Tuesday and
Second against
Wednesday,
Josh to throw first.
but so far not
Game on.
Thursday. We highlighted where the issue was. It appears that has had a bandage put over it for the time being.
51.
But if we know one thing about bandages, they're only a temporary measure.
60.
Sensible play there by Josh. Didn't feel the dart was right in the hand. Regrips, wipes the hand, starts again. You get with a lot of
100.
quick players, myself included. Sometimes if the dart is not set in the hand, you just throw it anyway. And there's times that you just waste a dart here and there.
59.
It's good to see that Josh will not be rushed. He will do things at the pace he wants to do them.
And we've spoken about it in this room together
40.
on many an occasion. Just do what's comfortable by you. You're not, as long as you're not taking the mickey, you're not there to play at the pace that your opponent feels comfortable with.
140.
You're there to play your best game, and you're there to try and pick up the £5,000 pot.
60.
Yeah, and that's what's going to interest me in this next game we've got as well, David Evans, Jordan Brooks, because all the people I spoke to informed me Jordan Brooks was quite slow. I thought he looked quite pacey.
140.
Was that he's picked up the pace in his game recently, or was he just feeling a bit edgy and thought the way round that was to throw a bit quicker? It would be interesting to see the speed in which he plays against David Evans.
102. $60. Joshua 110.
Trying to
74.
work out
January 52.
that throw. It just overcomplicates a situation.
Game shown the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
Shane McGurk, no trouble on the doubles. Double trouble is over. Maybe it's not a bandage.
Feel like it's Shane to throw
Maybe
first.
it is
Game
a healed wound after all.
Well, time can be a healer, but even in that first game against Brooks, it was 4 from 14 on the doubles.
75.
But a much improved display of finishing here from the Irishman.
He's lost a lot of darts this week. Something we've not really spoke about too much
100.
in Group A with Chris Murphy. But it was something that is visibly notable. And he lost one in his opening game
100.
when he beat Jordan Brooks 4 legs to 2. And he's lost one already in this game as well.
91. 139. 59.
This game is all about Shane. He's clear on the scoreboard. He's clear in the
99.
legs. Josh Richardson's only had the one dart at the double so far, and I don't think that's going to be expanding too much unless Shane O'Mac
57.
a
Shane McGuirk,
handful of
88.
errors.
And he's got the luxury of time here. Richardson back at 194, so he can do the Fleetwood Mac and go his own way.
39.
But that wasn't in the plan.
Well, you did say he could go his own way.
To be fair, he did that in the last leg as well, didn't he?
140. Shane McGuirk, 49.
I said a handful of errors. We've had one.
Game
We
shot
will
the third
not
leg.
get
Shane
to
McGurk.
Shane McGurk, after an unsuccessful Group A, went to a local open last night.
Fourth leg, it's Josh to throw
Trying
first.
to find
Game on.
something, looking for a bit of inspiration. Was beaten by Simon Whitlock, as was pretty much the whole of the Super Series crew last night.
140.
Doesn't look like he wants to be beaten by Josh Richardson here. A victory here will be 2 from 2, but on top of the table on 4
96.
points in the early goings, and just ticking off the required tasks.
96.
And maybe just playing that tournament last night with there not being really any pressure attached to it. He could go out and enjoy it. He's having to have to
60.
play at a high standard with the players in that competition. And it can be a double-edged sword for players, but maybe for him it's just kind of given almost like a relaxation tool.
133.
To then come into today knowing he's going to be on 0 points and a fresh new mindset.
59. Joshua 132.
See Josh not going for the bullseye 25 there. The
55.
reason for that is because Shane McGuirk right the way back on 286 allows him just to set it up. We mentioned about Shane having the luxury of time in the last leg. That was exactly the same situation
60.
there with
Joshua
Josh.
77.
Went for 15s. And so double
Game
16
shot on the fourth leg.
to bring it back to
Josh
3-1.
Richardson.
But McGurk here has the darts to seal a 4-1 success
Fifth leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
to double his tally to become the first player onto 4 points. And this is some start. Has to move down because the way
139.
those first 2 darts entered the board were precarious, and if he dared go for that again, we could have entered Gary Anderson territory.
What, Josh would come back and beat him with a 170 finish?
100.
That's 1
60.
so far today, if you've got your 170 score chart out.
Yeah, do play along to
60.
Edgar Bingo. Edgar Bingo. Edgar Bingo. Was that 3 World Championship appearances, a 170 finish to beat Gary Anderson.
140.
Oh, I'm surprised he stayed.
You were struggling after that, weren't you? You've got the two big ones out the way, and then you was a bit David Evans, a bit stretch.
100.
McGuirk has set up a 1-2-5, and that'll be for the match. And that lack of composure in the Josh Richardson game just rearing its head again.
41. January 125.
He will start on the ball. That will finish that combination shot as well, because he can't do it after hitting a
57.
big 19
160.
to save the match.
Not to be, and so McGurk to pretty much turn around his fortunes to make it 2 wins from 2 to kickstart his Thursday. He's going to get a dart, and the dart's going to be at tops, but the dart isn't going to be sunk. And so Richardson looking to rampage his way back in the match for a second leg on the spin.
Games on the 5th leg. Josh Richardson.
And now things begin to get interesting, because Shane McGurk at 3-0 up. It looked as if it was his for the taking. It was
to throw first. Game
his to see out. He has had darts to see it out. But Richardson
134.
has taken advantage of his opportunities in the last couple of legs. He's getting opportunities now. That's something we couldn't have said at the beginning of this match.
60.
No, he literally just had that one darter double, didn't he, for the first 3 legs. We've questioned the composure in the early stages here for Josh Richardson. It's great to see him find that back. Like watching his father, James Richardson, he'd snarl at the board, wouldn't he? And he'd get that stomp going
60.
and he'd almost try and force the aggression. Something we won't get from Josh. He's not the most aggressive player. He's not someone who's going to be snarling, growling and stomping.
60.
But maybe that's what he needs a little bit more of. I'm not saying let's go from Josh Richardson to Gerwyn Price, but maybe just something a little bit further along that line
40.
might be a bit of a benefit for him.
Do you know what? If we started a MODUS Super Series TikTok account,
140.
I reckon we could get the Richardson stomp trending. It could be the new darts craze. Do you remember blinding lights during lockdown?
60. Joshua 110.
Well, this would be for a turn of the tables. Tots are 3-3.
90.
But he is going to come back. McGurk is beginning
90.
to lurk rather
required
precariously
20.
now as Richardson stares down the double 10. And from
Games on the
3-0
6th leg.
down,
Josh
sends us
Richardson.
all the way.
I asked myself that question at the start of the day. Let Abby have a few
7th
minutes
and
off
final against
from
Shane to throw first.
asking the questions.
Game on.
And it was, has the experience gained by being here for 3 days going to help the players? This is where that might come into play, where the answer would be no.
60.
Because Josh Richardson is coming here nice and fresh, no scar tissue, no, oh, here we go again type situation. Shane McGuirk was 3-0 up in this
77.
game and looking like the winner. And Josh Richardson is slowly turning this around, and Shane McGuirk, who's had a week of beatings, will possibly be fearing the worst again.
96.
A case of here we go again. You may be feeling like that.
100.
That first dart, he may have felt a touch of the darting deja vu, but following the first day, it's only a ton from Richardson.
46.
He is in trouble. The man in green.
38.
Well, they say in common myth that blue and green should never be seen. And if Richardson goes on to win this match, McGurk would not want to watch it back.
140.
At 140 leaves him on a 159, which is a non-finish.
100.
So this is set-up shot for the pair of them. He will do anything right now to get a treble.
97. 121.
He's under pressure.
Shania requires 62.
62. He might only get one dart at the double. He is going to get two.
Game
And
shot
Shane
of the
McGuirk
match. Shane
recomposes himself and gets over the line against Josh Richardson. It was a 3-0 lead for Shane McGuirk that was just ate away by Josh Richardson, who levelled it up. But Shane McGuirk using the advantage of throw when both players were sat on 2 dart combinations at the end of that one in order to get him over the line, despite the discrepancy in the averages. Coming up next, we've got a game between David Evans taking on Jordan Brooks.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Well, John Worsley has already booked his spot at finals night. You could also be here on Saturday evening, and you don't even need to win a game. Just visit dartshop.tv to book your complimentary tickets. The action gets underway from 7:30 p.m, a brand new start time for us. Back here in Group C, though, David Evans against Jordan Brooks is up next. We mentioned that it was Stretcher's finishing that let him down in Group A. Well, he certainly rectified that in his opening match of this morning's session. 4 out of 9 on the outer ring, finishing 2 legs on the ball, including 2 ton-plus outshots of 130 and a superb Shanghai in the deciding leg. Impressive resilience against a very decent debut display from his opponent. He takes on Brooks, who was defeated in his opener, but should be pleased with certain aspects of his opening display. Let's hand back to our commentary team to talk you through the action.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. David Evans getting the win against Brett Claydon. That's going to be the one thing he will definitely take from that. Just trying to up the levels here from what he provided in Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Up against him, Jordan Brooks, who we saw moments from in that game against
David to throw first.
Shane McGurk.
Game
But
on.
perhaps he'll be looking for a bit more consistency here.
We've seen good moments from him all week. And we've seen a lot of not good moments from him all week as well. And I made a reference on
59.
Tuesday after he lost all 5 of his games and he walked out of here holding onto his elbow, making a sling out of his jacket, that he looked somewhat of a sitting
100.
duck in that situation, because holding onto the arm and losing all his games and not hitting that level of performance, I thought he could be someone to be shot at a little bit here, especially if he's feeling that little bit of a niggle. Well, I've had delivered to the commentary box a little duck before the David Evans game. And I believe it is from David Evans himself. So thank you, David. I'll be playing with that later in the bath.
Please don't give us mental traumas at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Don't worry, there'll be plenty of bubbles as well.
You're not helping the cause.
59.
Gotta be careful, I might lose the duck. It's not the biggest of rubber ducks. I'm going to call it David.
David the Duck.
140.
Wonder if we can get comms cam on the duck. I never thought that'd be a line I'd ever take.
161.
161 here for Jordan Brooks to take the opening leg.
$53. David, you require 130.
Well, he's already got one of these this week. He got it in his last match, courtesy of the ball. He was looking for double 5 that time, but he was unsuccessful in that particular pursuit. Brooks 108 for the break. 2 16s.
Game shot in the first leg.
For a ton topper to break the throw for Jordan Brooks in the opening leg. Evans had his chance to win the leg with a ton plus check out. He missed the double 5 for the 130. And Brooks comes back with a counter punch to take the opener.
$85. $59. $55.
Saw David Evans make a change of equipment
55.
yesterday. And sometimes I can just give you a different vibe, different feeling about things. It just makes the dart look different in the board. I remember a lot of players that I spoke to said they like to change the darts or the colour of them just because it makes it feel like something else. Just to break that familiarity. Some people like familiarity. Some people hate it. I personally, anytime I've coached or played any sport myself, I've always tried to have an element of familiarity, but without being repetitive. Because if every single game you play in a football season is played at Wembley, how would you get excited to play at Wembley for the FA Cup final? Where if you go to Wembley for the FA Cup final, you get all the atmosphere and the ambience and the vibe and all, add something extra to it. Now, some people would like the comfort, the familiarity of going to Wembley every single week so they know what to expect, where some people like that unknown. Good example of this is when you're playing something like the World Championship, the UK Open, the World Match Play, these big events. You can go on stage before the crowd arrive and have 9 darts on the stage. Some people like to do that, go up there and walk around the stage and throw some darts. Some people completely ignore the opportunity and don't go up. I was personally one of those. If I went up there, I would never throw darts on the stage. I'd just have a little walk round. For a second tumblers finish of the game.
80.
Really good effort there from Jordan Brooks. Just on the wire, but David Evans is a long, long way off.
70. Jordan, you require 40.
Good recovery. But it's probably going to be a bit too late.
Game shot in the second leg. Jordan Brooks.
He worked his way down from a long way off and just sort of got closer, closer, and then in, right in the middle there for Jordan Brooks, who is beating a subpar David Evans, it has to be said at this point in time.
Nothing's coming easily for him, is it, so far, for the Lancastrian?
59.
But just going back to your point about players throwing darts on stage, well, nowadays, some of the TV companies, they want B-roll of players, so they actually force them to actually throw darts on stage before the crowds come in. I remember covering the Lakeside tournament for a particular broadcaster last year, and they said, well, before the players played their first game, we want them to throw darts on stage because this broadcaster hadn't had any B-roll footage of most of the players before. And this is a new experience for some of these players as well, because just letting you in on a little bit of a secret to get everything programmed perfectly to bring you these brilliant pictures that we provide here at the Super Series. We ask all the players to throw about 6 practice darts on the stage just so we can frame them up and things like that. So every player does get the opportunity before they play their first matches on this stage to have a little bit of a throw just to help us out from a production point of view, as well as give them the chance to acclimatise. Now, Jordan was on stage a lot this morning with Brett Claydon. They were on there for a good 5 minutes or so.
29.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because, well, if you look at David Evans, he's quite a tall man. He's about 7'5". I might have exaggerated that a little bit.
58.
You've got different sizes of players that we need to try and chop in for you. But Brett Claydon's not the tallest of players.
140.
That would make the camera work, didn't it? Sizing in David Evans and Brett Claydon in the same match.
Luckily, we've got some of the best in the business to do that for us.
140. Jordan McGuirk, 92.
Double 16. And it's around that 83 range again.
76. David, you require 160.
I think we're establishing the sorts of levels of consistency Jordan Brooks is going to be playing at this week. And Evans today has kind of been restricted to these types of opportunities, but he has taken these types of opportunities.
Monday and Tuesday, he couldn't find a single tumblers checkout.
Game on.
towards the end of yesterday, he found his first ton plus finish, which was 116. Today, he has already hit 3. He's repeated that 116 that he hit yesterday. He had that 130 on the ball, and he won the match with a 120 finish against Brett Claydon. So he certainly found something in that column. Found something in the points column. He's got 2 points because he did get that win in the end over Brett Claydon. And you just feel that
45.
This ain't over yet.
David Evans has this innate ability that no matter what cards are thrown his way, he will deal with them in the best possible manner.
139.
Whether he's playing it his Victorian best or he's just finding things a bit of a struggle, he will adapt to those scenarios and circumstances and try and carve something out. But he may have to, well, he may have to carve out an ancient waxwork to find a way back in this leg.
100.
Not even sculptures of Mount Rushmore could find a way back for him in this leg.
125. Jordan, you require 80.
I've seen bizarre things happen before.
Game
But
shot
not
on the
here.
4 flag.
Not with Jordan Brooks. He wraps that one up with a nice polished little 80 finish.
Fifth leg, it's David to
talk
throw
about
first.
Major comebacks. I think the big one you've got to think about is the Andy Jenkins Mark Dudbridge situation. The World Grand Prix when was it 9 darts he missed to open a leg. And came back and won the match. Both those players will be taking part in the World Seniors Championship, which starts today. Kicking off the show with our
100.
commentary colleague, Chris Mason.
Up against Terry Jenkins. What a way to start.
100.
Although you do realise if Andy Jenkins does go on to win the World Seniors, we will hear it until the end of eternity.
100.
Is that when we can officially put out Jenks' back?
He's probably already
100.
started that hashtag already. He'll start that if he wins his opening game tomorrow against Bob Anderson.
He's here on Saturday night. Was
60.
Rocky. Always good conversation. Here's Andy Jenkins.
100.
Those people you can easily put the world to rights with because he will tell you exactly what he thinks.
$81. David, you require 76.
So tots are 3-2.
56.
That drag's just
Jordan, you
underneath.
require 160.
And so Brooks, with his first opportunity to win this game on the 160.
$100. David, you require 20.
Applies pressure on this double 10. A rueful shake of the head. He goes up for double 5.
15.
The first one wide, the second one
Jordan,
drags
you require
underneath, and so
60.
Brooks gets his chance to seal the win.
Oh, that's a little bit awkward. You can see he stepped back and had to readjust his position on the oche because that's kicked across. Probably only got this right-hand side of the double here.
40.
That was a really awkward first start
David, you
there
require
from
5.
Jordan Brooks. That's why we see people now like Andy Hamilton this week throwing for the low part of the 20, or Darryl Gurney throwing a flat dart. Both of those a long, long way off, and that might be game over for Stretch.
Might be a stretch too far. As Brooks now goes for double five to seal success in leg 5 and a 4-1 win against David Evans. And so Jordan Brooks, after defeating his opener against Shane McGurk, opens up his points account for the week here at the Super Series with an improved average by a point, 84.85, 4 out of 12 on the doubles to get the better of David Evans by 4 legs to 1. And so we take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Alec Small in action. He takes on Brett Claydon, and then that will round off our second round of matches here at the MODUS Super Series.
So then Alec Small against Brett Claydon up next in Group C. Alec Small, who's just thrown a little rubber duck up to the presenting pole over here. 2 players, of course, who were defeated in last leg deciders in their opening matches of the day. Claydon on debut, of course, with moments of brilliance against David Evans, including an 11 dart leg. The best we've seen so far this week up against 2022 champion of champions, Alec Small. The Welshman looked a little nervy early on this morning, but did well from 3-1 down to force a decider, just unable to get over the line in the end. Who's going to get off the mark in this one then? Predictions, please, Henry and Matt.
Oh, thank you for putting us on the spot, Abby. I'm going to go Brett Claydon 4, Alec Small 2 if we're going with predictions, which means congratulations to Alec Small for winning this darts match.
I'm going to agree on Brett Claydon, and I'm a big fan of his. I think he's going to get through this group. The bookies this morning, 8-13 Brett Claydon, 6-5 Alec Small. So they agree as well, as Alec Small's looking over to the back of the room. There seems to be a bit of
It's Alec to throw first. Game on.
a theme today, and the theme seems to be rubber ducks.
128.
No, I'm not going to do a pun on that.
This is where we need Chris Murphy, isn't it? With all these. I think what's happened is after that comment, one of the players must have gone down to the local shop and bought a little pack of ducks because they seem to be getting around the venue today.
29.
Do you remember when you used to go to a certain bathroom shop and they used to give away free rubber ducks? My synopsis is maybe David Evans is buying a bathroom and he got a couple of free ducks.
96.
I mean, how else would you spend your spare time between matches than buying bathrooms?
132. $100.
Well, we both made the prediction for Clayton, and
76.
you instantly said that that will turn out to be a Alec Small win. He started the better of the two with the throw.
100. And he 136.
Small, who was first to a finish in this particular leg, but it'll be Claydon now who gets a chance at the 146 with Small teeing up tops there after 15. And he's going to get a go at tops.
43. And you require 40.
Tens.
Game show on the first leg.
Will do for Alec Small to open up a 1-0 lead.
So that was the prediction Abby asked us for, which was the prediction of who will win this darts match. I'm going to ask you for a prediction because she wasn't here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It was myself and Chris Murphy. And I've got all the numbers in front of me here. What would your prediction
100.
be for Alec Small for a daily average across his 5 matches?
41.
You'd want to say probably something around about 84.6.
I would say something around that sort of mid-80s, yeah. And not one of the days was he able to achieve that. An 83.53 on day 1.
42.
81.84 on Tuesday. 81.75 on Wednesday, giving him an overall of 82.37.
134.
In terms of that mid-80 average, over his 15 matches, he achieved or exceeded it 5 times.
60.
That's why he was battling with David Evans at the bottom of the table.
100.
I am a big fan of Alec Small when I first met him just before Christmas. He had that week when he reached the final, losing out to Adam Warner, now PDC Tour Card
59.
holder. Adam Warner. I thought he could have won that week.
56.
I actually predicted that he'd be up towards the top end of the table in Group A. He ended up battling out for 5th and 6th place.
Do you think he's a type of player that benefit from just going back to 0 points, whereas for other players, maybe they would dwell on those opening few days? He attempted to go for the big fish, and he found himself 1/3 of the way towards the combination.
Well, he absolutely loves this double 18. He was leaving it at all costs, even when it didn't really make sense.
Alec Small.
That is why he is very good in that section of the board. We had a fantastic stat set into us on Twitter, myself and Chris Murphy,
Alec to throw first,
which was showing the percentage that Alec Small has on doubles compared to his double percentage on double 18. And it was significantly improved.
100.
Of course, Super Series isn't the only darts on today. In about an hour and a half, it'll be tungsten time, Matthew Edgar. World Seniors getting underway.
59.
We still pitching our tent as to Scott Mitchell being the favourite for that
39.
event.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anything other than Scott Mitchell turning up and losing is going to convince me otherwise. I am fully in the Scott Mitchell camp for that one. He's got that
60.
vibe about him the same way that Robert Thornton had last year. That you just feel he's a cut above the rest of the field. Will be a cracking
58.
event over at the tavern. Can't wait to get over there myself. I'll be joining the party on Sunday. Really looking forward to that one.
60.
You only do finals.
Do you know why that is?
93.
Because it's prime time.
I could have said you commentating more finals than you got playing, but oh, I've just said it.
140. Alec, 120.
This would be a big moment, a big exchange, a big hit
88. Brett, you require 82.
for both. Alec to go 3-0 up, or Brett Claydon to keep himself in this one and to break the throw. That means he needs a treble. Finds the treble. What a
Game shot on the
fantastic
third
recovery
leg.
that was from Brett
Claydon.
Claydon. When he missed the 25 and the ball there, it forced him into a treble. If he'd have got the 25, he could have gone 17 for tops.
Fourth leg, it's Brett to throw
It needed to be
first.
perfect,
Game.
and it was.
And when you consider the context that Small was back for 32 for a 3-0 lead,
100.
it made that finish even more impressive. After that slip on the single 5.
81.
Brett did mention that
45.
playing on there feels a little bit like playing on one of the European Tour stages. Now,
43.
different stages have different vibes, and it just changes the depth and the feel of the board. I've had a couple of throws on this board myself, and I can see what he means about it being like a very Euro Toury board. In the fact that the board sort of stands out, and the board like feels like it's there. There's not much depth to the stage. When you're playing some stages, such as like a UK Open stage, the stage feels quite deep, which just gives you that perception it's a little bit longer. And he's had some success in qualifying for those European tours. Qualified for one earlier in the year
60.
when he actually won in the final against a certain 5-time world champion, Raymond van Barneveld.
39. Right, you're 157.
Then qualified later on in the year, beating Alan Suter and Adam Gavlas. Missed out in the final to Eddie Lovely in order to make
97.
another one. So quite a couple of appearances last year on the European tour. So he has a bit of stage experience. If he does
92.
get through to Saturday, we
Great
can say
requires
that's not going to
60.
faze him. Also a keen county player. I believe he used to play for Cambridgeshire.
County Martin
28.
Adams played for,
Alec,
wasn't
you
it?
require 106.
Tops for Small for a 3-1 lead.
66. Right, you require 32.
And so Claydon is back to peg this game level at 2 apiece on 2-0 down. One dart at double
Game
8
shot on the fourth
is
leg.
found, and a level
Brett
game we
Claydon.
have. Small left himself on 32 for a 3-0 lead. He never
Fifth
got
leg,
the
it's Alec to throw
opportunity
first.
because
Game
of the 82 out by Claydon. And now he finds himself level. Now he finds himself under the cosh a little bit.
140.
But just to alleviate some of that pressure, it's not a bad way to start a leg with the darts. But have a look at this for a potential riposte from Claydon.
100.
Perhaps would have expected more from that visit after the opening dart.
100.
Just having a look over those county and Super League averages in the Cambridgeshire area.
125.
Martin Adams is still playing Super League. 66 years old.
57.
He just can't put the darts down for a moment, can he?
Still loving it as well, isn't he, Wolfie?
Well, he's playing in the same team as Scott Williams. Who wouldn't want a night out with
100.
Scott Williams? That's a fun-packed evening. Player who won't be seen here this year
58.
due to the fact he's now got his PDC tour card. I'm sure you'll be seeing plenty of him on other various broadcasts and different organisations.
Let me say this in the nicest way possible.
55.
I hope we don't see him for a very long time here.
Don't think we will. I think he's destined for good things.
90. Break your record, 121.
He's the sort of player, if he can continue to improve the levels, if he gets to a standard, he's the prime pick for a Premier League spot.
Oh, bold. Bold.
He's going to be a Premier League player before his career's out. I've just said it there.
Well, there's only one way he's going to want to leave this. It's double 18.
47.
He's come inside both of them.
Break your record, 78.
A 2-0 lead. Could be about to turn around. I said, how big was that moment with the 120 and the 82 exchange? It might be a red pen moment.
58. Alec Small, 9.
That could potentially be a red pen moment.
Game show on the 5th leg.
Pencil it
Alec
down,
Small.
Matthew Edgar. Alec Small, 3-2 in front. He's had to survive a scare.
Siflick is Brett to throw first.
But he finds himself back in front. But Claydon's almost becoming a little bit of a immovable object for him.
34.
He thought he had him, well, effectively tapped out at
60.
the scenario where he had the opportunity potentially for double 16 for 3-0. But Claydon mustered up the 82 finish, and
99.
ever since, he's been an unshakable object.
100.
Mind of this
128.
game will complete the second round of matches for the day. We'll get prime time's thoughts up on the balcony
59.
with Abigail
Break your record,
Davies.
140.
We may well get yet another last leg decider.
60.
It would be our 4th in 6 matches.
56.
I would
Break your
say
record,
it's more
80.
likely than not in this current situation. Brett Claydon should be getting a dart at the double. It is 20 for tops.
60.
And he will get more. Small
47.
guarantees him another
Break your
6.
record, 20.
Can't see Brett Claydon passing up 6 opportunities
Game
to
show
win
on the
leg
6th flag.
6.
Brett Claydon.
And it's another game that goes all the way. Brett Claydon did go all the way in his opening game, and he lost.
7 for final
Alex
against
Small
Alex
went
to throw
all the way in
first.
his game, and he lost. Both lost 4-3. Josh
60.
Richardson and David Evans, the 2 players dishing out the defeats.
Now, I want to show you the dictionary definition of solid, and I can do exactly that here
57.
with Brett Claydon. Because have a look at the efficiency of the ton plus score sheet there on the scoring power
85.
pack. 13 scores of a ton or more. And then when it's come to the checkouts, 3 from 8.
Well, actually,
45.
according to Google, it's firm and stable in shape, not liquid or fluid.
56.
also having 3 dimensions. So we could say they've got 3 darts. We could go with that one. And firm and stable in shape.
101.
I don't think either are firm and stable at the moment, to be honest with you, in terms of what their 12-month average is compared to what we're seeing.
And all I will say is if they don't feel solid, they may feel a little bit gassy at this particular moment in time.
45. Alec, 160.
Alec Small, 160 to win in style. He's going to get 6 from here.
100.
All Claydon can do is apply pressure, but apply pressure he will.
160.
And so Small is back for the match, and he's going to get 2 at tops. Double 10.
40.
But that might be his chance coming and going.
It was firm and stable in the shape of a 180 from Brett Claydon to give him this opportunity at the 73. For a solid finish.
26.
This isn't an intentional double-double, but it's double 13 for the win.
Game shot and the match.
And double 13 seals a 4-3 win for Brett Claydon, who gets the better of Alec Small. You'll wonder how the game has gone from his grasp. He was sat on 32 for a 3-0 lead, but Brett Claydon just kept snapping at his heels to the shredder, and he manages to get past Small by 4 legs to 3. That's the end of the second round of matches. Matthew Edgar is making his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Abigail Davis, and that conversation will be coming up after the break. And then after that, we're going to see Shane McGurk in action against David Evans. Do join us.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Brett Claydon has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Alec Small. How impressed have you been with Brett so far? He had an 11-dart leg in his opening game, went on to lose that, but he's now got the 2 points on the board.
Honestly, Not that much. I expected a lot more from Brett Claydon. This is not what I expected. I thought he'd come here and win this group quite convincingly. I thought he was the bookies' favourite, and rightly so. I think he'll still get through this group, but I expected to see a little bit more of that. We're picking out moments, aren't we? We're going an 11-dart leg. He's played 2 matches and we're picking out 1 leg rather than talking about a collective performance. I think he'll find that collective performance. This is something completely different, but not impressed, no.
And nobody's really put down a marker in this group yet, have they? You look at Shane McGuirk and what he's done so far, but it's quite contrasting the performances players have put in so far.
I look through this group and I don't see who will put down a marker. You say, will anyone do it? I don't see where it's going to come from. I think we can see that in the score lines as well. They're all close games. We've seen a lot of 4-3s already today, and we're only on game number 6. We're going to probably get this quite a bit, where all these games are just going to come down to little moments, and who's going to collectively get enough of those moments together will get through. But I thought if someone was going to run away with it, it was going to be Brett. But right now, I'm doubtful that we're even going to have any runaway in this, and it could be one of those groups that get decided around the 12-point mark.
Yeah, interesting indeed. A word on Alec Small then, because we've seen him reach the final of a week here before. Of course, the 2022 Champion of Champions. How is it that he can then have a week like this where there's just no consistency at all and no sign of that player that did those 2 things?
We see this from the bottom to the very top of the game, that people just can't repeat certain performances. You just have an off week. I think that's all this is for Alec at the moment. But the thing with this and this format is if you start having that off week, you just get caught in that mentality and that sort of dragging along all the time where a loss leads to another loss, to another loss. And then when you get the win, you don't even get the positives out of that because it feels like, well, where's that been all this time? And you can just get in such a negative mindset that the week you just want it kind of over with. And I don't think Alex is too small away from getting to that point because he's starting to run out of lives to get through to Saturday.
Yeah, next up we've got Shane McGuirk against David Evans. Not the duck, the actual player. Stretch is going to be up there on the stage. But McGuirk's won the 3 meetings in Group A. Do you think that plays on a player's mind at all when you enter Group C?
When you enter Group C, it shouldn't, but does it? It can do. It all depends what goes on in the practice room as well. Now, I don't think Shane McGuirk's the type of character that's going to make the most of having a 3-0 head-to-head situation, but I can guarantee you if that was me, this would be a different situation right now and you'd know all about it.
Yeah, I can certainly picture that happening. Let's get into this one then. It's Shane McGuirk against David Evans for the 4th time this week. Owen Binks is ready up on the stage. Let's hand back over to Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, it's the beginning of round 3 here on our Thursday morning session at the MODUS Super Series. David Evans up against Shane McGurk, going to get it underway for us. And having a look, as we say, at that embryonic league table here in Group C. David Evans winning 1, losing 1, but Shane McGurk is the man to prize apart at the top of that particular standings. The 33-year-old David Evans from Preston, former quarter-finalist at the BDO World Championships.
Game on.
For McGurk, that theory of moving back onto 0, we say it helps or hinders some players who have played in Group A. Well, it's certainly been a help for him.
41.
Just looks like he's playing with a little bit more freedom today. Just a little bit more relaxed.
57.
Evans, he'll still feel there's another level to go. There's still another level for him to find.
140.
We thought in that game against Claydon that he won 4-3. We thought maybe there was just something in that performance that can just give him some building blocks to move forward with.
100.
And I just wonder for players in David's situation whether this week can just be a week where they just try and rediscover certain things that, yes, of course they want to get through to Saturday night. Of course they want to go on and win the top prize and qualify for Champions Week. But if it wasn't to happen, that maybe for them after dropping off the tour and being unsuccessful at Q School, just finding something that they can build on and just possibly look at and think, yes, okay, I'm not too far away, can also be a success for them.
It all depends on the processing of how the players deal with certain situations. we mentioned Josh Richardson when he was 3-1 up, was unravelling like a player that was 3-0 down.
40.
And there is the Shane McGurk bounce out. We get one in every match. That trend continues.
Is that on the bingo card?
135.
Wish
Shane
it was on my
40.
bingo card because I'd be calling bingo soon on that one. And I don't mean Glenn Durant style where he calls it where he hasn't won.
As we like to call it, the Isle of Man.
Shane McGuirk.
Shane McGurk taking the opener against David Evans. That tops enough for an 18-dart hold of throw in the opening leg.
First. Game on.
If you look through the first 6 games and the first 2 rounds,
58.
it's fair to say what we're seeing is, I'll go back and use the word we used in the previous match, solid. But are we still waiting for someone to kind of put down the performance that is laid down as a gauntlet for the rest of the field?
Abby kind of asked me the same question upstairs, and
58.
I sort of said, I don't see it happening. I mean, out of the players we've got here, do you see anyone really grabbing the bull by the horns? Do you see anyone really
75.
running away with this group?
I love the fact you find it back on me, and to be honest, I completely agree with you. There probably is, and we looked at it before the start of the day, and we looked at the 6 and we thought, this is probably as evenly fought out a group as we've maybe seen in a Group C here at the Super Series. Sometimes when you see a Group C, you see maybe one player that you don't expect to drop in from Group A, and you think, well, that player will go through. And then sometimes you see this other player who perhaps been selected for Group C, and you think, well, you expect them to go through. And sometimes you just think that maybe it's a 3 from 6 possibility, but you really can't say that about this week's Group C.
Absolutely not, and that's where it gets a bit tricky, because you say no one's really ran away yet or really said, I'm here to be the man of this group, and then you look at the names in the group and the players and you go,
87 left.
well, who's that going to be? And I just don't think we get it. I think we get one of those groups that we had with Group B recently, where everyone's on an even amount of sort of points and legs will become quite a factor. I would not be surprised if this has a qualifier who goes through on 12. That would just be 6 wins, where I say normally you need a minimum of 7.
122. Shane McGuirk.
So you're breaking your own theory of the rule of 3 this week.
I think it could be the week that it happens.
Could this be the week it happens for McGurk? Well, he's got to get through Group C first.
72.
When he's had opportunities today, he's more often than not been up to the task.
Second leg.
Case in point again for David Evans, who levels this game up at 1 apiece. He is, to quote the phrase, opportunist in chief.
$85. $100.
Of course, you can get in contact with us here at the Super Series. Available on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, as you can see on the bottom of your screen, at MSS Darts. You can tweet us any of your thoughts and observations. I'm at H_Deacon Media. My colleague alongside me is at the Edgar 501. We've already had a tweet from one of our super fans in Charlie Gray, who said he's actually played Brett Claydon, one of our other players in this week's competition in the Super League last year. He actually had a couple of chances to go in front 1-0, but Brett denied him the opportunity. And he actually chalked Brett's game at Norwich last weekend, the UK Open qualifier, which he would go on and be successful in. Great to have your company, Charlie. And if you want to get in contact with us, please do. We'll get through your texts. That's another program. I'll get through your tweets as the day goes on. Please don't text us.
89. David, you're 139.
God, I wasn't on the radio for a second.
59. Shane, you require 97.
Along for the 18s. The treble leads in double 12.
85. David, you require 80.
Doesn't go. And again, this is Evans' territory around this 80. Well, it's going to have to be 25 and ball, but he can't find it. And so McGurk will return for the 2-1 lead.
A long way off with both of those. He just had to stay straight
72.
there for a
Shane, you require 12.
dart at the double. He wasn't even able to go a dart at the ball in the end. Two threes to regain the lead.
On the third leg, Shane McGurk.
There's been a lot of discussion about the Ducks today. Just to re-explain that one briefly for you.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
David Evans
Game on.
played on Tuesday. He lost all 5 of his games and he walked out of here holding onto his elbow, signalling that he had a bit of pain. And I said that potentially he was looking like a bit of a sitting duck. And that's become a bit of a running theme and a joke for this week. And we've now got rubber ducks going around the studio. And ironically, it's on a day that there's been an announcement about toys as well. Toy Story 5 is going to be made. Something I never thought I'd ever say, especially live on air.
100.
Do you know, I've only seen the first 2. I haven't seen 3, 4. I know the third one's about that. Is it? Do they go to don't they go to the like some kind of daycare centre? They got an evil bear or something like that in there.
Well, I was just having a look actually to see if there was a duck character in Toy Story. He actually came in Toy Story 4, Ducky, and that was his name, Ducky. Ours is not called Ducky. Ours is David. We've named him. I've seen it up here on social media not too long ago.
125.
It's a bit like in school when you used to have the class goldfish.
One thing we can say about the MODUS Super Series is no 2 weeks are the same.
58.
Let's just say at the start of the day,
100.
I didn't expect we'd be talking about this.
You've been off for 3 days and look what happened.
Insanity.
59. Shane, you require 160.
Could be brilliance from Shane McGurk. If he is to go on and win this game, in terms of
140. David, you require
and in terms of the
127.
points, Shane McGurk could be that man that we're talking about, as someone who could move away from the pack.
He's going to get the chance to break the Evans throw here and open up a 3-1 lead. If he wins this game, he moves on to 6 points.
20.
And at this present moment in time, every other player apart from Alec Small is yet to get off the mark, could be on 2 points. And so we could be witnessing already at this early stage of proceedings a crucial segment of this group. If McGurk wins this game,
Fifth leg, it's Shane to throw first.
he may well already be halfway towards qualification. He'd be on to 6 points, and it could well be a group where 12 might put you on the periphery of progression.
Here he is, the only player so far in this group not to taste defeat.
$140.
John Worsley awaiting a finals night. Sat waiting in the wings, waiting for his opponents to come through Group C and Group B. Group B does kick off tonight around about 10 p.m. Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series
60.
YouTube channel will be here to join you for the action, where the weekly favourite, even despite the fact that John Worsley is already through, Chaz Barstow still stays as the week favourite. He will be joined
177.
by Andy Hamilton and Steve Brown, who came through Group A. Good friend of mine, Aaron Beanie, and the Lord of the Board, Keelan Kay.
Winners will progress through to Saturday night's final, which begins at a brand new time of 7:30 on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Then be joining your good selves on Sporty Stuff TV for the semi-finals and finals from 10. Prime time darts, prime time.
Yeah, it'll be a good start to the
59.
Super Series 3. This is week 1 of a new series. 13 weeks in total, 12 weeks of qualifying, then your Champions Week.
100.
Conan Whitehead and Raymond Smith, the two players that have had Super Series success.
Tries
Tries to leave it handy, but it is McGuirk who should from here have a dart for the match. 56 left. And now tops left for the win.
36.
Couldn't have got any closer than that.
Requires 60.
Yeah, it was a good effort. Right on the wire. But I'm concerned about David Evans. It's the fact he pulls darts low. And when you're going up that top part of the board looking for tops, it tends to be that you come down.
On the 5th leg. David Evans.
Double 10 was always going to be a more favourable one for Stretch, who just feels a bit stretched when he goes to the top end of the board.
First. Game on.
And Shane McGurk won't be stretching his lead just yet.
Well, you would be quackers to rule out David Evans at this juncture.
Well, he'll be hoping for a couple of quacking darts to get himself back into this one. Odds to win the week. Shane McGurk, David Evans, both 20 to 1. To win this group, David Evans 5 to 1.
96.
6 to 1. So the bookies feel that David Evans is more likely to win this group before the off.
60.
Might change the mind a little bit on the balance of play. Ironically, the head-to-head, Shane McGuirk was 4 to 7 favourite to win, despite the fact they think David Evans is more likely to win the entire group.
121.
The opinions will be changing quite seismically, you sense, if McGurk can get over the line here.
140.
That's another 140. The 6th score of 140 plus in this match, which ironically leaves them on 180. Mr. Dart at tops in the previous leg to get over the line. And barring Evans, perhaps ironically netting the big fish, should get the opportunity here if he can
140.
keep it straight, keep it handy. He will get 3 at tops unless David Evans can find a Hail Mary big fish.
$56. Shane, you require 40.
This for the match. You should get one more dart. It's going to be at double 16.
8. David, you require 114.
That's been the Achilles heel of Shane McGurk this week. It's been his kryptonite. This would hurt. Tops to land a haymaker.
94.
But he couldn't find a ton topper this time. And so McGurk to move on to 6 points. 2 8s.
Game
He's
shot
pinned,
and the match.
and Shane McGurk
Shane
seals a
McGurk.
4-2 success against David Evans, and now he is very much in charge of this Group C. At the beginning of the third round of fixtures, he's the only player to have won every game so far. 6 points from 3 games. It's been a brilliant start to Thursday for Shane McGurk. David Evans walks off the stage shaking his head as to what's happened. An 85.81 average does it for McGurk compared to the 83.32 of Evans. 4 out of 16 on the doubles, but it is McGurk who claims the points in that encounter. We're going to take a short break, and then it's going to be middle match time in the Thursday morning session here at the Super Series as Josh Richardson takes on Brett Claydon.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Josh Richardson against Brett Claydon is next up today. Both players have won one, lost one so far in Group C. They met back in 2017 on the Challenge Tour in Milton Keynes. It was the man nicknamed Stealth who came through in a decider to get the victory in that quarter-final encounter. Claydon, despite picking up 2 points, you feel we're still waiting for him to kick into gear today. Will he be able to put down a marker in this next match? We're going to find out in the company of Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. The middle match of our session here in the morning session of the Super Series. And about lunchtime here in the UK. So whether you're having a sandwich or a packet of crisps, hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're tuning in to us from. Next up for us then, Josh Richardson up against Brett Claydon. Richardson, who so far today got a bit of Alec Small by 4 legs to 3 in a last leg decider, and then lost out in a last leg shootout himself to McGurk. Whereas for Brett Claydon, he lost out 4-3 against David Evans. That's kind of been the story of the day. Game's going quite deep, and then Claydon then getting the better of Small by that particular scoreline in his second encounter. So I suppose the prediction for this one would be 4-3.
I think those people that back matches to go quite the distance will be very happy today. But We do have a very
83.
level group here. Shane McGurk, the early pace setter. He's already on 6. So he's nearly, or potentially, is halfway
100.
to what we're predicting has been the required number of points.
100.
I suppose when you look at the fact that everybody else is languishing on 2, and it looks like the kind of group that it's just going to cancel each other out to a certain extent. Maybe 12 could well be enough.
83.
But this is the point of the week where Scott Walters should probably turn off now, because we remember that
81.
Scott Walters got off to a rip-roaring start. He won all 5 games on the Thursday. Chris Murphy said on the balcony, well, he didn't have to turn up on Friday and still go through. Well, he turned up on Friday, lost every single match, and then got eliminated from the
100.
competition. So a good start on Thursday, no
157.
matter how good, is not a guarantee of progression. This is a good start to the match.
Game shot
That's a
the first
fantastic
leg.
start to the match from
Richardson.
Josh Richardson. A 157 start to the match for a 15 dart hold.
Second leg, it's Brett to throw first. Game on. $121.
Starting to warm up a little bit.
$100.
157 actually is the best finish we have seen so far this week. We have seen a 147. That was done by
53.
Shane McGurk. We've seen a 144. That was from the Hammer. Everything else has been 130 below. That 157 from Josh Richardson.
93.
By far the biggest one so far this week. If there was a trophy for that, you'd be starting to inscribe his name on it.
40.
Back in the day, you used to have highest checkout awards. You used to win cash for it.
126.
Still do at quite a lot of the local opens and things. They have like a 9 dart prize, which is normally something like a 25 quid. They normally have like a 25 quid
44.
for the highest checkout. If they don't split it, what they tend to do is they tend to have a prize for the furthest lady as well, because unless they've got their own ladies event, they
100.
dangle that carrot in the event as well. I often thought it'd be quite a good one as well to have a furthest youth, like a furthest under
100.
18
Josh
or an under
82.
20, because we do see a lot of the younger players go to these events.
Double 16. For what would be another 15.
50. Brett, you require 143.
And well, this is the first opportunity Claydon's really had in the match, because Richardson took out the 157 in the opener. That was with throw
65.
within the space of 15.
Josh required 32. Game show in the second leg. Josh
There's a real
Richardson.
purpose and real poise about Josh Richardson here. And sometimes it can just be all about the
Well, it
eyes.
is Josh to
Just
throw
watch
first.
the eyes of Josh
Game on.
Richardson here. There's a steely-eyed determination about stealth here. There's a grip between the teeth. There may well be a Richardson stomp. There may well be a Richardson surge.
171.
He has been hit with a 9-darter himself by his own father back in the old venue in Southampton.
95.
Can he come and show what he has been taught? Do what his father did to him. You could see the reaction there.
100.
He was thinking exactly the same. He wanted to be Richardson 9-darter 2.0.
$140.
I'm sure he's sick of that being brought up all the time. No wonder James will probably get in contact with us at some point today, and he probably mentions it every
60.
single time they're at the dinner table having a ruthless vindaloo.
Oh, I would. I'd probably have it on like a TV screen nearby as well and just remember this.
34. Joshua McGuirk, 170.
In fairness, this is coming from the man who has a dartboard which says, I beat Gary Addison with a 170 finish.
Josh won't be getting a 170 finish though.
40.
Was that one straight into the one? But he's got a nice cushion. And when Abby asked me if I've sort of been impressed with Brett Claydon and the bits in between, I had to be honest.
140.
I'd
Joshua
love
McGuirk,
to have stood there and said
130.
yes, because I spoke so highly of Brett Claydon. But honest opinion, he's not yet to perform. Now,
90.
I know when Chris Mason
Brett
ever
McGuirk,
does a
92.
week with debutant, he ignores what they've done elsewhere, and he says he always gives them that day's grace just to get used to a format. And I think we're going to have to do that here with Brett Claydon as well.
Game shot in the third leg.
You may
Brett
give him a day's
Claydon.
grace, but that was an amazingly graceful finish from Claydon. Because you can have a look here at the overhead shot. He
Four-legged
wouldn't have had a lot to
Brett
aim at
throw
because the
first.
flight of the
Game on.
first start would have been blocking his view. But he manages to find a way through. And he manages to find a way back in the match at 2-1. Importantly as well, breaker throw that.
100.
We mentioned earlier on about the idea of like a furthest youth player in some of these local events and things. And the money that's coming into
60.
the game now might be why we're seeing all these players such as the players you're seeing here this week, for example, with Josh Richardson, Alec Small, players that are taking the world stage by storm, like a Josh Rock,
100.
King Barry. These players coming through these systems, the money in the game is so appealing. And you might think, well,
96.
what does a young player really care about the money for? Because they don't have bills, they don't have these sort of things. Well, I can guarantee you when I was that sort of age, I'd have loved a few extra pound in the pocket.
97.
We used to literally get, I had a sponsor that if I won my county games would have gave me a tenner. And I always wanted to win because it got me a couple of packs of
134.
football medallions and a couple of goes on the Crystal Maze arcade machine. I'd have quite liked to have been winning the money that these guys are winning nowadays, so I could have bought my own Crystal Maze arcade machine.
180.
Instead, we got certificates and a medal, and I think I won a TV once as well.
The only thing Brett Claydon will be caring about winning is this leg.
99. Brett
He's
McGuirk,
left himself
24.
double 12 after 12 with the throw. And Richardson, who came
Game is
rearing
on
out the
fourth
traps,
leg.
has
Brett
seen Claydon respond in kind. And level we are at 2 apiece. This is a high quality encounter. Both players
Fifth leg, it's Josh
averaging
to throw
95
first.
here.
Game on.
And you can't separate them at 2 apiece. And perhaps the moment that could swing this game, we may look back on at the
41.
end of it, may well have been that 92 finish for Claydon because Richardson was sat on tops for a 3-0 lead.
Oh, that's a proper red pen moment.
100.
Really good checkout from Brett Claydon under the pressure. At a moment where you think the game's looking like it's slipping away. Josh Richardson's performance hasn't
56.
dropped. Brett Claydon's has skyrocketed. This is the Brett Claydon I expected to see. This is the Brett Claydon who is 7-4 favourite to win Group C. This is the Brett Claydon that's
60.
been backed in from 16-1 to win the week, down to 9-1 before a dart was even thrown.
If you poke the bear, he may awaken, and that might well be what Josh Richardson has done here
94.
by performing at the heights that he has in the opening few legs. Is almost just brought something into Claydon's game, almost the whole fight or flight rhetoric.
100.
Fight or flight, the ultimate description to an adrenaline surge.
140.
How do you use the adrenaline? Do you use it to stand there and heighten the senses and say, let's go at it? the senses that will be heightened by adrenaline, the sight, the touch, all things that are beneficial to darts.
58.
Or
Joshua
do you use it to run
170.
away as fast as you can? Brett Claydon is not running away from this one. Running away was something that Josh Richardson was threatening to do with this match. But it looks like it's going to be another one of those
90.
tight battles that could go either way, and I expect to go the full distance.
$100. Joshua require 80.
Should get it up. At tops. It's exactly what he's going to get.
40.
But it's not something he's going
But
to
you
find.
require
And so Claydon,
83.
83 to come back from 2-0 down to lead 3-2. You may remember something similar to this happening in his previous game against Alec Small. The
Game
bullseye
shot
is
the
found.
flag.
The
Brett
bullseye is
Claydon.
bedded by Brett. And you may remember in his previous game against Alec Small, he was left on 32 small
Sick leg is
for a
Brett to
3-0
throw
lead.
first. Game on.
Claydon went on to win that by 4 legs to 3. Richardson was left on tops. Claydon took out the 92. He now leads 3-2.
45.
And he had that look on his face, didn't he? Like, oh, he knew what sort of moment that was. He might as well just look down the camera and said, Edgar, get your red pen,
134.
take off the lid and write down 83 finish on the ball for a breaker throw.
Josh Richardson's had the
85.
biggest finish of this match, the 157. But Brett Claydon's come up with the 2 most important ones so far, because under the cosh, he's found 2 big bullseye finishes.
140.
Under the cosh, finding, I think, is the theme of this game. Because now Josh Richardson is starting to find. When you asked, and Abby asked, who is a player that you could see coming up and raising those levels, you might have to say both of these two.
100.
This was the sort of moment in the group that perhaps we've been waiting for.
The
Blue Touch paper lightener.
27.
And so, 127 to save the game. Not going to happen this time.
55. Break record 146.
Could go anywhere here on the 146, but he's going to go upstairs first.
80. Josh requires 72.
And so, to keep his hopes alive, Richardson wants 72.
It will just be one dart at tops.
Game shoulder
And it's a
sick flag.
very well
Josh
delivered dart for
Richardson.
Josh Richardson. It would have been a very dangerous tactic to have let Brett Claydon come back to the board.
7th and final leg is Josh to throw first. Game on.
Brett Claydon yet to miss a dart at a double. 3 from 3. And that includes 2 of them being on the ball.
93.
He's coming up clutch, is Claydon.
You almost feel that it's a shame that one of these has to lose this one, because this has been by far so far
81.
match of the day.
Does that mean we might be seeing this again on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel if you give it a subscribe?
81.
There's a likelihood of that. There are still 7 more matches to go. And with the standard starting to warm up, who knows, we might be in for a bit more yet.
95.
Brett Claydon, the biggest 180 hitter so far. He's got 4 maximums. Josh Richardson on the 2.
93.
David Evans, Alec Small yet to register a maximum. Although David Evans has played 3 games, Alec Small will play his 3rd game
60.
in our next fixture when he takes on Jordan Brooks.
134.
Claydon needs to hit big. Really needs 2. 1 is the minimum requirement,
57.
and he doesn't
Josh
find it.
require 100.
That offers Josh Richardson 6 darts at 100 to win this match.
60.
It has been the type of darts match which is seesawed one way, then the other. But it looks as if Richardson is going to win the war, unless there's another twist.
135.
And that maximum would have
Josh
piled the
McGuirk,
pressure on these
40.
tops. For Josh Richardson for the match, for his second win of the group. Double 10, 1 in hand.
30.
But he pulls it inside, and Claydon gets his
But
chance.
you require 73.
He was 2-0 down. He was 3-2 up. He watched his opponent throw 3 darts for the match. He hasn't missed a dart at a double in this one
33.
until the biggest one of them all.
Josh require 10.
A reprieve for Richardson.
Game
A win
shot
for
out of
Richardson
match.
by
Josh
4 legs to
Richardson.
3 against Brett Claydon, who threatened the comeback from 2-0 down. It really was a game full of superb finishing. Richardson kicked it off with a 1-5-7, but 2 big bullseye combinations for Brett Claydon kept him in the match. But it is Richardson who seals a 4-3 success in what has been the game of the day so far here in Group C. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Jordan Brooks in action as he takes on Alec Small.
Welcome back to the first session of Group C action this week here at the MODUS Super Series. Game 9 today sees Jordan Brooks take on Welshman Alec Small, who's still looking for his first win of the day, having lost out in last leg deciders in his opening 2 matches. Usually a very heavy scorer indeed. He's yet to hit a 180 in this session. Can he get his first maximum and his first victory in this one, or will Jordan Brooks join Richardson on 4 points in the league standings? To guide you through all the ebbs and flows of our next match, here's Matt and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. Alex Small, we were not expecting to be saying at around about 9:30 this morning, is involved in a must-win game potentially to keep his hopes of Saturday night alive, but that could well be the scenario that he finds himself in at this particular moment in time. Yet to get off the mark in the group, he takes on Jordan Brooks, who gained victory in his second game of the day, a 4-1 success against David Evans, and if Small loses this one, just because of the tight nature, there is a fear potentially come the next round of fixtures, he becomes slightly detached.
You play by the rule of 3 in these groups, for which this is Alex Small's last life. After that, it would have to be perfect. It'd have to be 7 from 7. He's capable of doing that,
82.
though. We can't rule Alex Small out. He's got one of the biggest titles in amateur darts next to his name, that Champion of Champions, a short format event.
26.
Best of 3 all the way through. Mimics the old news of the world. Not many names on that roll of honour, but every one of them is a banger. Gerwin Price, Johnny Clayton, Paul Hogan, Jim Williams, Ryan Searle,
137.
Alex Small.
I feel like we could enter a sticky wicket, but I feel like we're getting into in the territory in this game where we determine what's an amateur major now. We do need to define that a little bit, I think, these days.
I think you're opening up a can of worms there by just using the M word.
$34.
Oh, hello.
125.
That was nearly his first of the day.
Jordan, you're 164.
Still awaiting that for Alex Small. Jordan Brooks here, 164. He's going to get 6 from here. This is for the opening leg of the match. Sort of player you sense this year, you expect maybe just to kick up another level. We know what he's capable of. Made his World Championship debut
Jordan, you're 104.
in 2022. Could it be the year of the Sheriff in 2023? 104 here for Brooks for the opening leg, with Small left on double 18. And so this one dart at double 16, you sense has to go. It doesn't.
36.
And so the man from Wales has his favourite double for 1-0 lead and a break of throw, but perhaps those darts thrown a little bit too quickly.
Jordan, you require 32.
It was not an over-exaggeration. It was actually measurable that that dart was closer to the treble than the double. Just completely pulled that one low. Will get another opportunity.
8.
You're starting to feel there that that starts to go wrong for Alex Small.
Game
this
shot
could
the
all
first
unravel.
leg. Alex Small.
But he's got there, he's got the leg. He's not happy with it. But he should be.
Second leg is Alec to throw first.
A winning leg. It is moving him closer to those first points. He's the only player now in this group yet to register a win.
140.
I do think they're all going to bunch up at some point and just sort of go along at the same sort of pace. Shane McGuirk running away with it at the moment.
60.
That is Alex Small's next match. Taking on the table topper. You feel like he's going to need a win before that point. You do not want to go up against a man who's yet to be defeated when you're in a must-win situation?
Well, that is the Alec Small maximum klaxon
100.
going off.
$96.
It just feels like possibly something may have clicked here with Alec. Sometimes he can just find these
85.
little purple patches. And when he finds them, he can almost be unplayable at times.
Game show on the second leg. Alec Small.
You don't need words to describe the quality of that. Absolutely brilliant from Alec Small. 12 data, 2-0 lead.
Jordan to throw first. Game on.
It's enigmatic from Alec.
$74.
Jordan Brooks just chasing around the board, trying to find a treble. He's in the rhythm. He's in the flow.
140.
This is the best I've seen Alec Small. The timing, the rhythm. He's actually picked the pace up. He's throwing faster. But I think that's just a sign of how good he is feeling in this match.
100.
And look at the whirlwind Jordan Brooks can get caught up in here. He'd only just got to the back of the stage at the point where Alec Small had thrown the last dart.
That whole visit took 8 seconds. That included Jordan Brooks retrieving his previous darts, Small getting to the board, then throwing the darts. I'll tell you what, you'd love to see him against Ricky Evans.
180.
You'd love to see this in full flow. Now, he got a 12 in the previous leg. He's on for an 11.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned Ricky Evans, because that's what made me think of this, because I played Ricky Evans many times.
We're going 41.
And you can get caught up in a whirlwind of his brilliance and his pace. And that is what
Alec
this is.
Small.
This is brilliance and pace. The last 2 legs won in just 23 darts. The average, nearly 105. Jordan Brooks is thinking, what on earth has gone on here?
140.
It's like someone's gone behind the stage with a giant magnet and just put it behind the treble 20, because it looks like he can't miss.
93.
What is it like in this scenario when you're playing like this, when you just know that everything is flowing so eloquently and so nicely?
You just don't think. If you used to ask me, how did I feel when I was playing my best darts? I don't know. And that's everything. Ask any sports performer. How did you feel when you played your best? The answer will be, I don't know. The only times they can tell you is when they wasn't in what we'd call the zone. It's a very rare feeling that comes along once in a while, and it's lovely. You could
59.
replicate that or learn how to bottle it up and use it on demand. You'd be an extremely rich guy.
And let's also remember, though, how this game started. Because Jordan Brooks had opportunities to open up a 1-0 lead. And ever since Alec Small has run away with this game, he could get it done in double quick time.
100.
Left himself on 48 after 15. That's been a substandard leg compared to some of the others he's put in.
$99. Alec McGuirk 48.
To get it done in double quick time with a doubly good performance. He may do it with a double-double. Absolutely amazing, Alec Small, who beats Jordan Brooks by 4 legs to 0 with a ton-topping average and with some of the most mesmeric darts you're going to see all day. You can see the tail of the tape there. 100.2 the average, 2 maximums to his name. And there was a point there where he was not missing anything. It was so much fun to watch, so much fun to commentate on. I hope you enjoyed it at home or wherever you are tuning in to us from. Hopefully we'll be seeing some more magical darts like that as the day goes on. Next up, David Evans, Josh Richardson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can come and join us on Saturday evening. The action gets underway at 7:30 p.m, a brand new start time for us. Visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. But right now in Group C, David Evans is about to take on Josh Richardson. A very quick turnaround for Stealth, having come through a roller coaster clash with Claydon just a short while ago. Some superb finishing in that one. And the 25-year-old will be hoping for another clinical display against the man David Evans. As you can see, he'll join McGuirk on 6 points with a win here. These two have met twice previously on the Challenge Tour, both meetings back in 2017, and it was Stretch who came out on top on both occasions. Will it be a hat-trick for Evans, or can Richardson condemn him to defeat for the first time? Predictions, please, Matt and Henry.
Well, I'll pass that over to the king of predictions, that is Matthew Edgar.
Well, that's one way of copying yourself out of the situation. I find it interesting, actually, when you look at Josh Richardson and you say that meetings was 6 years ago on the Challenge Tour. It just shows you how long Josh Richardson's actually been playing darts. You can see why you guys are copping out of the predictions due to the fact that the bookies have got them both at 5 to 6 a pair. Even the bookies don't want to split them apart. So I guess that's down to me.
Okay, firstly, it's David to throw first. Game on.
on the back of the fact that we've seen some really wayward darts from David Evans, and I mean like some real bad pulls at times, and we did have that incident where,
80.
like that one there, a pull like that dart in the 3. And we had that incident on Tuesday where he's holding onto his elbow. Don't know if the two situations are going to be linked.
48.
I'm going to go with Josh Richardson. But
60.
only because I've been backed into a corner and someone's got to make a prediction. If you two want to sit on the fence together, I'll be big and bold.
57.
The Humpty Dumpty of the Super Series.
I'm going to have a little array
134.
of toys here by the end, aren't I? People are just going to keep bringing in little toy gifts from little comments that have been made.
So what we had today, we've had David the Duck, we've had Humpty Dumpty, we've had Toy
121.
Story. Can't remember the other one.
43.
Oh, you don't need to. There'll be plenty more, I'm sure.
If you are just tuning in at that very moment, hello and
59.
welcome to the Super Series, where we are in the middle of the Thursday morning action here in Group C. And if you are tuning into us via the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to go and give us a
134.
subscribe, because on top of the live coverage every single session, we'll have Game of the Day, highlights, bonus content behind the scenes.
80.
Plenty of content
David
coming out
McGuirk,
here at the
50.
Super Series. My hard-working team. Our excellent production team. Is this going to be an excellent leg for Evans?
30.
Not quite this time. Well, Richardson
136.
began his previous match against Claydon with a 157 finish, but he ain't going to begin this one with a 136.
100. David, you require 20. Game shown the
It's
first
the
leg.
high doubles that
David
was
Evans.
concerning a little bit earlier on for David Evans, and I said about struggling with the height. No
Second leg
problem
is Josh to throw
whatsoever
first.
for David Evans there on the double 5.
$46. $125. $99.
That first start is much better for Evans. You saw in the previous visit that first start
100.
just kinked to the side, and it just made that treble bed a little bit smaller. Whereas for Josh, the way his darts stand up to attention, if that first dart can find the top of the bed, it is just so plumb for him.
100.
I wonder if we can have a look at that from the overhead camera angle as this game goes on.
56.
As for Evans, you have to say that this is a marked improvement on some of the stuff we've seen so far from him today.
140. Joshua 160.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, this is good darts from David Evans. He's had moments.
100.
where he
David, you
finishes
require
over a ton,
36.
but until now, the best average he's been able to post is an 84. That's well below the standards of
18.
David
Joshua
Evans'
requires
expectancy on what David Evans has shown us before. I mentioned that he was one of the original in this format. When darts was from home, he was winning it every week. I was worried about David Evans on those high doubles, but that was
Game
very
shown
low
the second
from
leg.
Josh Richardson.
Josh
And
Richardson.
just like when David Evans pulled the dart down earlier on the tops, he finds the double 10 with the next dart in hand.
So look, it's David to throw first. Game on. $85. $81.
David Evans finding that first dart well.
139.
This time finds a bedfellow for it. I always find the first dart's kind of the hardest because it's the one that sort of
56.
sets the tone a little bit. Evans not one of those sort of rhythm players that tend to follow the first dart.
41.
I think that's what we found in the last game when Alec Small just really started rattling off the big scores, ending with 100 average, the first 100 average of the week so far.
42.
As you mentioned with Evans there,
100.
every single throw is its own individual event.
There's a couple of players that have that sort of ability that could like throw a dart, step back, throw a dart, step back, and throw a dart, and it won't sort of affect it. I tend to find that's people like a Peter Wright or a prime Glenn Durrant.
78.
We'll see our commentary friend and colleague at the seniors tomorrow night. Takes on Mark Dubridge.
140.
Everyone in that competition well. Evans here, 58 for a 2-1 lead. Improved performance.
Game shown the third leg.
Stretch.
David Evans.
He manages to find his way in front.
Fourth leg, it's Josh to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, we saw the league table. David Evans, bottom of the table coming into this game.
81.
Bottom of the table in Group A, but it's in the early stage that a win for David Evans would move him from bottom of the table.
82.
Well, depending on the scoreline, could move him second. If he was to win this game 4-1,
56.
he would go from bottom to second. That's the type of tightness and compacted table that we've got so far here in Group C.
And this all plays in
45.
the hands to one man, and that is Shane McGurk, who we're going to see up next against Alec Small.
180.
So that was as big as it gets for Josh Richardson.
His third maximum of the day. Yet to see one from David Evans. He's not tretters to the tones of Owen Binks's 180.
T or Tay?
96.
A bit of juggling. Not as good at juggling as he was with his darts.
57. Joshua Quiet, 88.
He doesn't need to go the bull route here. If he does miss the treble 20 with the first dart, he can stay. Oh, I like this. I like that play.
72.
I do that myself on the 68, and I thought I was one of the only people that did. It's a very rare one people go for there. Go to the inside wire on the double 18. I suppose he's got a bit of comfort there as well, in the fact that he could pick his double 16. But I really like that play. Big fan of that from
Game
Josh.
shown the fourth leg. Josh Richardson.
Yeah, that is a level game. So David Evans will not be going
Fifth leg,
from
it's
bottom
David to throw first.
to second,
Game on.
but he could go from bottom to third just by winning this match. Looking forward to that next game.
125.
Alec Small, Shane McGuirk. Shane McGurk, top of the table, not beaten yet, but can Alec Small keep that run going?
96.
Because suddenly, if Alec Small can stop McGurk in his tracks, he suddenly gets put back into the
43.
equation. He suddenly gets put back into the melting pot.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get anyone run away with it, despite the fact that Shane's not beaten yet.
140.
He has got a couple of tough games coming up there. The last game especially. Taking on Brett Claydon, the shredder, who we yet to see the best of yet, but
119.
we could see the super shredder by the final game. And yes, that is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles reference.
95.
How many of them you got now in your spare room?
Too many. Could this be? No, he's moved over to the 18s. And rightly so, trying to leave tops. It was the right play. I was just getting a little bit excited. Wanted to see another all in.
134. David, you
The
require
Dundas.
82.
82 for Evans. It's been these kinds of finishes which has been his foray today. The ball,
57.
which he has found a few times today. Most notably in the opening game against Claydon. Richardson, double 18.
Game shown the fifth leg.
And he finds
Josh
it
Richardson.
to break the throw to lead 3-2, and he has the darts for the match.
This is what I like about these short format
Six-legged
games. It's
Josh
always
to throw
exciting. It's
first.
always
Game on.
twists and turns and opportunities, because cast your mind back just 5 minutes ago, we was talking about the possibility of David Evans going from bottom
61.
to second. We're now starting to talk about Josh Richardson joining Shane McGurk at the top of the table.
The
140.
only certainty we can expect at the Super Series is uncertainty. And then suddenly if Richardson can get over the line here against
40.
Evans, it makes the final round of fixtures today oh so important, because you could have a situation quite conceivably where McGurk and Richardson are out into the sunset, and you're going to have a pack behind them
140.
that are going to need something quite seismic to hunt them down on the final day. Richardson is hunting down Evans in this leg.
Well, that was seismic, wasn't it? It was as seismic as it can get. But don't forget, this is the Josh Richardson throw.
57.
That has just got him back into the leg. The leg that David Evans, with a couple of 140s, looked like he was going to run away with.
81. David, you record 164.
This is an important visit for David. He really needs to find just a treble. Leave himself something useful. Is 69 scored. 95 left.
88.
That leaves him a
Josh
potential
record
2-darter.
139.
He will get a shot.
59. David, you require 76.
To take us the distance. One dart at the top of the board,
56.
but it drags below. And Richardson,
Josh
from this
require
point,
80.
should get a match dart.
Just needs to stay straight. He's gone very safe at the very top of the board, but that is a bit awkward. Move left, he does. Left is the play. Opens up the bed. And finds a dart over the top. That was a fantastic last start there from Josh Richardson. There wasn't much to go at, and he's just gone over the top on the left-hand side and found a fantastic 80 finish to win the match. A really good turnaround in that one after being 2-1 down. He reels off 3 legs and puts himself joint top of the table with Shane McGurk, who's going to want to try and reopen that gap when he takes on Alec Small, and that is our next match.
So then, 5 more matches to bring you this afternoon in the first of 2 sessions today. A reminder that we'll be back at 10 p.m. tonight with the start of Group B. But in C, it's Alec Small against Shane McGuirk up next. Small with a crucial win in the context of the league standings last time out. His first of the day, and he recorded it in sublime fashion. A whitewash win with an average in excess of a ton. His first 2 maximums of the day, an 11-dart leg and some very clinical doubling along the way. As for McGurk, the table topper is yet to be defeated. Can he make it 4 from 4? He'll certainly have his work cut out if Small can replicate the level produced in his last match. Let's find out and hand back over to Mr. Splinter Fence Sitter and Mr. Prediction Giver.
Like that. Thank you, Abby. Yeah, well, if Alec Small can kind of produce the levels that we saw from him in his previous match, this has potential of being not just the game of the day, but the game of the group. Shane McGuirk, who now has company on 6 points. Of course, he's going to use up his game in hand in this one. So can move on to 8 with victory here against Alec Small. But if Small can claim a big win, suddenly the man who we thought was perhaps running away with this is going to be back in a point of embroilment.
I see nothing more than this going that way, whether it's this game or a future game. It's going to get very clustered. things are going to bunch up.
119.
There isn't anybody in this group, I think, that has a level that is above the rest of the field.
180.
Shane McGurk's third maximum. of Group C.
97.
He was quite a big 180 hitter in Group A, hit 19 across his 3 days of action in that group.
95. Alec McGuirk 142.
19 only levelled by Andy Hamilton and beaten by Jonathan Worsley.
62. Shane
21.
McGuirk 70.
For the winner of that group. Tops to keep the run going for
Games on
Shane
the first
McGurk.
leg. Shane McGurk.
And that is a very important breaker throw. Now, Alec Small did this in his last game. The last game when he had that big
Second leg
run
is
and he
Shane
ended
to
off with
throw
100
first.
average. It started with a very sloppy opening leg. And then he just picked up the pace and started to deliver.
44.
His history would repeat
140.
itself. Because those darts was quick.
It's almost as if at the minute he's just needing a leg to find his rhythm, which is perhaps ironic when you consider the
100.
event that he won is a best of 3-leg format throughout.
58. 59. 93. 140. 80. Shane McGuirk 158.
At the minute, we're talking about how enigmatic Small was in his previous match. Well, the early signs are is that McGurk is going a bit berserk.
90. Shane McGuirk
He's going to get a go at double 12 to open up a 2-0 lead here.
Games
And a
on the
2-0
second
lead,
leg.
he opens up.
Shane McGurk.
Wouldn't it be ironic if
Delegates Alec to
Alec
throw
Small
first.
hits the first 100 plus average of the week in his last match, and then in the very next game
92.
afterwards has one hit against him? Because that is what average that Shane McGurk is currently throwing, 100.20. And that is going to rise.
180.
McGurk is going berserk.
77.
He's going a bit crazy. Average of 107.45. Alex Small is averaging 87.5. 2.5 legs into this game. He's yet to have a dart at a double. He hasn't been afforded
41.
any opportunities by the arrow, who is firing it in every possible destination he wants it to find.
58. 134.
Shane McGurk has been playing well Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in this part of the game. The part that's
180.
letting down is the back end of
157.
legs. He's fixed that. That is why he's top of the table. That is why
57.
he's going to be one of the big, big fancies now to get through to Saturday night. And
Games
not
on the
only is he
third
now
leg.
picking up wins,
Shane McGurk.
he's on course for a big leg win here as well. He is to take a 4-0 victory here against
Well,
Alec
it's Shane
Small.
to throw
And
first.
give him a nice little
Game
bit of
on.
a cushion on the top of the table with points and with legs.
You mentioned how things have changed for McGurk on the outer ring. Well, he hasn't missed one yet.
30.
3 out of 3 on the double so far in this game. And for the first time really in this match, that Visitor 30 has
45.
dropped his average from below the ton mark. Don't think that's going to last very long. This could be a fourth. No, it has to go down. The way the second dart went in there just made things a little bit awkward.
60.
Second dart just left that bed awkward enough, almost like a loose tooth. You're just worried that it's just going to prize out at any moment.
43.
I mean, it's been a great performance this
58.
from Shane McGurk. 99 average, 3 180s, 3 from 3 on the doubles. He's going to take some stopping
100.
if he can keep this level going. We said he's going to be a player to stand up and be countered. Josh Richardson putting in a good performance.
46.
Alec Small putting in 100+ average. And now Shane McGurk going from just being the man picking up the points to the man putting in the star performance.
100.
The star pupil in Group C.
140. Shane, you require
To
89.
move him on to 8 points to put himself in an incredibly good position. Well, that might end up being a happy accident. Tops, tops. Well, why don't you go for double 10 to get the win?
Game shot
Win
of the
number 4
match,
and
Shane
doing
McGuirk.
it by 4 legs to 0. And McGurk is going berserk at the Super Series. He moves on to 8 points. It's a perfect day thus far, and it was a pretty much perfect performance against Alec Small. 3 maximums, 4 out of 4 on the doubles, a 98.5 average. Take a bow, Shane McGurk. What a performance that was. We're going to take a break. After this, it's going to be Brett Claydon against Jordan Brooks.
So Brett Claydon and Jordan Brooks are on stage ready to complete the penultimate round of fixtures, and both are looking for their second win of the day. Brooks, of course, missing all 4 attempts at double in his whitewash defeat to a spectacular spectacular small performance last time out. How will he respond in this one against the debutant Claydon, who's played well in spells so far today? The 2 defeats that he's endured today have come in last leg deciders. His finish in last time out, very good indeed, but too many trebleless visits in the decider cost him. To find out which of these 2 players will move on to 4 points in the table, here's Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. You get the sense Brett Claydon's going to be the favourite for this one, but if you look at the averages throughout the course of the day, Brooks has been the one that has deviated the least. We kind of know what we're going to get from it. It's going to be the 83, 84 range by and large.
Yeah, and Brett Claydon came into this as the bookie's favourite, and have we seen the best of him? Absolutely not. Will we see the best of him?
Brett to throw first. Game on.
We might well do so. You say you feel like he will be the favourite for this. I can tell you he is. He is 4-9 favourite for this match. Which means the bookies heavily think that Brett Claydon's going to win this one. I would tend to agree with them, I think, on this one, on the terms of what we've seen from Brett Claydon over the years and what we know he's capable of.
99.
Not to discount Jordan Brooks, though. He's got a 12-month running average of around the 82 mark. He's averaging today around that same sort of level, which means he's always going to be there or thereabouts. He will have opportunities if this game plays to type.
96.
But they're going to be shots like a 70, an 80, and 90, where he might just get one dart at the double. That is what's going to be key if Jordan Brooks is to beat Brett Claydon.
100.
But one thing we have seen from Claydon today is the finishing in around the mid-range. By and large, he's taken him out. The amount of bullseye finishes we've seen from him.
45. $85. 117. Brett, you reckon 133.
Get to see a big finish from Brett Claydon today. We've seen the biggest finish of the week. Josh
59.
Richardson with that 157 finish earlier on.
144.
$144 won't go this time. Looks looking for the 16s.
Brett requires 74.
And so Claydon here, 74 for a 1-0 lead. We'll start on the 14s. That's a slip into the 11.
It's a double slip.
32.
From 74, you expect to get a dart the double. After 3 darts, he's still not left one.
Might have to red pet. Oh my goodness, it's endemic. The singles are becoming more difficult than the doubles.
16.
And now the doubles are becoming a chore.
42.
It's a good job Rod Harrington's retired. He'd be storming out at the place.
10. Jordan, you require 32. Game shot on the first
Jordan
leg.
Brooks gets the
Jordan
break against
Brooks.
Brett Claydon, but you could just tell some visible signs of frustration, and he could not wait to walk his way straight
Second against
back
Jordan
down
to
the
throw
centre of that
first.
oche,
Game on.
waiting for that timer to go off and for the words of game on to come from the lips of Owen Binks.
$100.
Frustration is probably the key word here
60.
for Brett Claydon. Came in with the
57.
added weight of expectation. Coming in as the favourite to win this group. Well, there's one thing we know by the end of this day.
85.
He's not going to be favourite to win it any longer. Shane McGurk.
And you're going to get short odds on McGurk as well.
140.
You backed him this morning, then you'll be a very happy punter.
Yeah, I can tell you this morning that Shane
96.
McGurk was available at prices of 6 to 1.
$60.
No, Brooks first to a finish after 12. And this is just where Jordan Brooks has been. It's been around the 83. He's taken the
100.
opportunities that he's
144.
been given.
$58. Break your record. 160.
Needs a couple of treble 20s. There's one. Finds the other. Tops for a 160
Goes
finish.
on the second
And
leg.
after he couldn't hit a single
Claydon.
number in the last leg to leave himself a double, he finds 2 trebles and the required tops for an incredible levelling 160 finish. That is what Brett Claydon is capable of.
I know it's something we say a lot here at the Super Series, Matt, but
100.
does this feel like with Brett Claydon, he just needs to piece everything together? That you've seen flashes of his brilliant finishing, we've seen some of his scoring power at times,
60.
but he just hasn't been able to quite put that combination together. It's almost like a jigsaw puzzle that's out of kilter.
Oh, absolutely. And let's be brutally honest about this. If he had the
38.
answer of how to do that and how to piece these flashes of brilliance that he's got with the consistent basis, he wouldn't be here today. He would be on his way to Barnsley now to get ready for the PDC Pro Tour.
100.
Of course, what a
59.
day of darting treats we have as well today after this. Well, we've got the World Seniors, you've got the Premier League, you've got another session with us. It's not a bad time to be a darts fan, is it,
60.
Matt?
40 live broadcasted games of darts in a day. I remember when you didn't get 40 live games almost in a year. You
100.
just had the World Championships, wasn't it? And that was it. That's all you got. Darts is taking off.
Do you remember that Mitchell and Webb sketch of the football? All the football, all the
41.
time. Look at it, it moves. It's a bit like that with darts at the minute. You can't get enough of it. And if you can't get enough of the darts live, you've got podcasts, you've got talk shows.
60.
Edgar TV.
$60. Break your record. 144.
Well, this is the same equation. 2 trebles for a double. 160 he
96.
took out in the last leg. Also the biggest finish of the week. Josh Richardson did not hold on to that title for very long. There's not many more places that can go. Just 4 more finishers bigger than the 160.
140. Break your record. 48.
This won't be the biggest finish of the week, but it could be a significant one for Brett.
Games on the third
Because
leg.
Brooks was lurking
Brett
on
Claydon.
tops for the break of throw. And he leads by 2 legs to 1 against the Sheriff.
Fourth leg, it's Jordan to throw first. Game on.
And of course, you can keep in contact with us here at the
57.
Super Series. We are on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. The handle you need is at MSS Darts. Any questions, thoughts, and observations, do fire them our way, and we will answer them as the session goes on.
100.
I just get the sense with this one, Matt, that neither player's kind of settled yet, and they're just...
100.
It's been like one's waiting for the other to go, but they haven't quite gone yet.
Well, they can't wait for too long, because both players have only got one win so far out of the 3 matches they've played.
121.
Whoever loses this match will be in that situation where all 3 lives are gone. That is a situation that Alec Small's already in. A situation that David Evans is already in.
180.
And that is why I think this could be a group where we lower down the expected boundary of 14 to potentially down to the 12.
180. Jordan, you've got 164.
You know, I said that one was waiting for the other to go. Well, off we go. Right at the blue touch paper. Maybe we found a purple patch in the middle of this match.
52. Right, you require
Claydon
100.
here wants a ton for a break of throw. It would give him the throw for the match if he could take it out. 2 darts at tops.
Game
That is
on the
top.
4 flag. Brett
And
Claydon.
Claydon is on top. 1-2-1, maximum ton checkout for an 11 dart leg. And Claydon is finding the levels at the perfect time.
Game on.
He hadn't registered
46.
a tonless checkout in the Super Series until the 160. He's now got 2.
$60.
Have you thought of an award for the highest check? Shall we see where David's bought all these ducks from, and maybe every week the player with the highest checkout wins a... You know, you get the novelty check, maybe the novelty duck.
I don't think we're going to have too many people
59.
really vying for that award, to be honest.
What's up with poor David? Our new friend in the commentary box.
100.
We're getting treated this year, aren't we? We had those
100.
brownies from a certain manufacturer who we can't name live on air. Now we're getting toys.
We've had Niall Cullerton bringing us cheesecake.
99.
Keep it coming, I'd say.
Yeah, so if you are listening, Chaz Barstow, Andy Hamilton, Steve Brown, Aaron Beanie or Keelan Kate, we can say nice things about
100.
you if you bring in cheesecakes or brownies to the commentary box. It worked wonderful for Niall Cullerton.
$100.
We also take free dinners as well. Okay, maybe we'll go a bit too far. It was worth a try.
81. Jordan, you require 142.
Another.
$90. But you require 150.
This for the match. A match that would be won with 3 checkouts over the 100. You will not get a dart or a double on this occasion.
44. Jordan, you require 52.
Brooks, meanwhile, should get 2. Is going to get 2. Double 16, the double a
Game's
choice.
on the 5th leg.
The double he finds for the break
Brooks.
back. 3-2 it is. Claydon's had his first chance to serve it
Siblings
out.
Jordan to
It's
throw
come and
first.
gone. And so Brooks back at the
Game
hockey to send us all the way to a 7th and deciding leg. Seen a fair few of these today. Why not? Let's have another one.
60.
I think we're going to see quite a few of them tomorrow as well, because I think this group's just going to stay bunched. It's going to stay close. I don't see that there's much between the players.
96.
I think tonight we may not get the same sort of story. I think tonight we're probably going to see this table separate quite early.
140.
Yeah, reminder that we are back tonight at 10 p.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV. And the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the second session of the day. Group B will be getting underway. Part of a bumper weekend of darts here. A reminder that Saturday night we will begin at the earlier time of 7:30 here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. We'll then be live with the semi-finals on Sporty Stuff TV from 10, including a highlights package of all the group stage action.
69. Jordan, you require 161.
You will not miss any of the action here at the MODUS Super Series. Why would you want to miss a second of the action?
$137.
He's himself on double 12 after 12. This has been an impressive leg and impressive comeback by Jordan Brooks, who is up in the numbers from what we've seen so far today from him.
24.
And he is.
Game shown the sick flag.
Well,
Jordan
that's more an
Brooks.
apologetic look. I think he knows that that is just come completely off the barrel of the dart there.
7th and final leg is
And it is
Brooks to
just
throw first.
found a way
Game
to
on.
crash in over it.
Yeah, I think he caught the flight on the way in. And I think it was one of them that was going to go a long way north, but caught the flight and it's just sort of flicked down.
98.
And it wasn't the dart he was intending. I remember a similar one that Ryan Searle thrown at the World Championship. I think it was a double top. And in his interview afterwards, he said it made him throw up in his own mouth. It was that disgusting.
60.
The bowl of sick. Although I don't think anything will ever top Paul Nicholson's soup of doubt.
28.
It's my favourite line I've ever heard at the Super Series. The soup of doubt. Which was actually what you were cooking at the house last night, wasn't it? I heard.
100.
No, not last night. No, I took some soup over pasta. That was me cuisine.
You put
60.
soup over pasta. Mind you, it's better than jam sandwiches, I suppose.
That's your referee today, Owen Binks. Cuisine of choice. Jam sandwich.
41.
Jam Binks.
This is going to be a tricky one for Brett Claydon to decide here, for this reason.
145.
Opts correctly. Get the two trebles in. Do you stay and go for the big 180, or do you go for the ball and leave the finish? In this situation at 3-3, that is a good professional job from Brett Claydon. Just ensures the finish is left, and now has got 6 darts to do this, because Jordan Brooks cannot leave a finish.
97. Brett, you require 170.
So, doesn't have to go for the big fish if he doesn't want to go for the big fish. Will he go fishing? Not this time.
100. $140.
Big darts.
Brett, you require 70.
Big moments. Stays on the 15 to leave himself tops.
50.
One match dart for Brett Claydon
Jordan, you require
has come,
63.
and it has gone.
And so can Jordan Brooks take his opportunity for the match? One dart. A double 16 for Jordan Brooks to claim victory. And you can see what it means to him. A little hand of apology there to Brett Claydon, but it is Jordan Brooks who picks up the points, moves himself up to third place in the table following the completion of 4 rounds of matches here at the Super Series. He gets the better of Claydon by 4 legs to 3. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it's going to be Alec Small against David Evans to begin the final round.
So, kicking off our final round of games in Group C for the day, Alec Small returns to action. He was blown away by a fairly flawless display from McGuirk last time out. The Welshman didn't even get a dart at double. Such was the dominance of his Irish opponent, who sits top of the table, having won all 4 of his matches. Small, of course, responsible for our only 3-figure average today. Can he return to that level to pick up his 2nd win, or will it be Evans who ends the day on 4 points? These two have met 3 times already this week in Group A, of course, and it's Alec who leads the head-to-head 2-1, having won their encounters on Tuesday and Wednesday. To tuck into this one, let's hand back to the lads in comms.
Yeah, thank you very much, Abby. And so, to the final round we go here on Thursday afternoon at the Super Series. A blockbuster Thursday of tungsten treats for you. We're going to be back at 10 o'clock this evening on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group B. And what a night of tungsten tension we're going to have there. But to here and now to the boys in red on the yellow hockey as David Evans takes on Alec Small. And are we saying now Alec Small heavy favourite to win this game?
37.
Well, the odds compilers don't think so. And the table wouldn't suggest so either. Players are in positions 5 and 6.
125.
They finished Group A in position 5 and 6. I don't think you could realistically say that one is a heavy favourite over the other on the basis of what we've seen today and over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This is one of them that if you was at home and you was playing along, you'd probably say,
140.
I'll have this game off. I don't think I'll get involved in this one.
3. $41. 58.
It's a strong start from David Evans, but Alec Small, he had that 100 average, the only 100 average we've seen so far this week.
95.
Earlier on in game 9, then he didn't get a dart at the double against Shane McGurk. And he is so far off the pace again in this one.
59. David, you require 100.
Does he go tops, tops? Doesn't have to because he has got time. And so goes for the treble, which gives himself a dart, a double 10.
Game shot in the first leg.
To open up a 1-0 lead for what has to be said was quite a comfortable break of throw in the opener. And Alec Small, who's
David to throw
provided us with the best performance of the day so far, just struggling to get out of the traps in this one.
James Wade often speaks, especially when he started a leg bad, that he doesn't want to waste all his good darts in a leg that he's not going to be able to win. With that sort of
43.
James Wade-esque analysis, has Alec Small used all his good darts and just put them into game number 9?
60. $140.
Maybe the good darts are coming back. The good times are coming back for Alec Small. Chris Mason and Terry Jenkins, the first game of the World Seniors Championship. That's 1 set apiece. Jenkins taking the opener before Mason levelled things up.
100.
Yeah, I did quite fancy Chris Mason to have a bit of a run in that event. Wouldn't be surprised to see him reach as far as the semi-finals.
90.
Such an open competition, isn't it, this year? The World Seniors. And you're going to be down there in a couple of days' time. Our commentary friends and colleagues, Messrs. Nicholson and Murphy are there today.
116.
Evans here, 116 to double the lead here. Averaging 98.44 at this early stage. And he is going to give himself 1 dart at tops.
76. Alec, you've got 164.
You'd think he'd come back, bar a blockbuster from Alec Small, but it's not going to happen this time. And so Evans,
41.
tops
David,
to double his
40.
advantage.
Game show on the second leg. David Evans.
6 legs for Alec Small, where he has now not even had a dart at a double.
It's Alec to throw first.
That coming off the back of his 4-0 win over Jordan Brooks, where he averaged over 100.
60.
A bit all or nothing right now for Alec Small. And he's in danger of it being nothing. He's already lost 3 games. My rule of being able to
59.
lose 3 and still qualify would be getting stretched for Alex if he's to lose this, because that will give him just 2
97.
points, 4 defeats.
And so what you're basically saying is that he'd have to win every game tomorrow just to add a chance.
And hope. It will be out of his hands.
44.
Where at the moment, if you win 7, it should be in your own hands still. If he loses this,
96.
David Evans in exactly the same situation. Both of these 2 players lost 3, won 1 today.
97.
David Evans is in a situation where if he was to lose this, he would need to win everything and get favours.
100. 59. Alec McGuirk 148.
Gonna get 6 from here. May only need the 3. He may only need the
Goes
3.
on
He
the
only
third
needs the
leg.
3.
Alec Small.
And it's another moment of magic from Alec Small.
He hasn't managed a dart at a double
Fourth leg, it's
for
David to throw
6 legs.
first. Game on.
Then takes out a 1-4-8 finish. Resilience and quality.
38. $46.
Now, we're going to have a look at the side-on actions here of the 2 players throwing starts. Evans, I suppose, very
140.
old school, isn't it? Nice measured throw. A bit of timing about it. Whereas you'll see there the
100.
snap at the elbow by Alec Small as he releases the darts.
The one thing you'll notice though
125.
with David Evans is there is no sort of backswing. There's no movement back. If you think of like a catapult, you often pull it back, you just let it go,
99.
ping, off it goes, and the catapult will do the work. With David Evans, you'll see here, it sets the dart at the back and push. Sets at the back and push. So that means his whole throw
58.
is on that push side of the dart, the force side of the dart. It's all muscle. And there's not really much momentum. There's not much sort of free movement of that,
140.
which means
David
he's
McGuirk,
dropping
140.
down onto the joint, onto the elbow.
$80. Alec McGuirk 116.
Well, Alex Small took out the 148 in the previous leg. He may have to take out the 116 in this. He may
80.
take out the 116. He
David
wasn't too
McGuirk,
far
60.
away. So Evans returns to 60 for a 3-1 lead. 2 darts at tops. 10s.
40.
Potentially a
Alec
huge
McGuirk,
moment in this match.
36.
Small's back for double 18. Small
Game
finds
shot on the
double
fourth
18.
leg. Alec Small.
And it could be a huge find. Don't apologise, Alec.
Fifth leg, it's Alec to throw first. 46.
These could potentially be the biggest legs of the week so far for this pair. By my
125.
usual rule of 3 lives, and that's your lot, that would mean
134.
the loser of this game is pretty much out. And after being down here for an entire week,
60.
the last thing you want to do is end it on the Friday. You want to be here on Saturday. You want the opportunity playing in that sort of knockout format, trying to
42.
pick up that big, giant novelty check, £5,000 and a place in Champions Week that'll be coming in 3 months' time.
Not to be pedantic, but they still could be here on Saturday night. They'll just have to go to
100.
dartshop.tv, which is exactly what you can do if you want to be here on Saturday night at the Super Series. Remember, the brand new
99.
start time of 7:30 p.m. here. By the way, I've just spotted on the table. The rubber duck's on the table. David, the duck's on the table.
100.
Well, essentially, whoever loses this game will become the sitting duck.
140.
Will be
David,
the
you require
person at the bottom of the
116.
table who's just there to be shot at.
We've just had duck cam. We'll be saying that on the commentary. Not a darts tournament, at least. Anyway, back to the serious business. Small wants
56.
tots a 3-2
David
lead.
require 40. Game shot on
Said
the
serious
fifth leg.
business. That was a serious
Small.
moment. Alex Small holds on to his throw, takes the lead for the first time in this game,
Simply gets David
and
to throw
does so at a
first.
very important time.
$60. $180.
Could be trouble ahead.
Alec Small sees the finishing line and he wants to run straight through it. Mind of both of these players' final games of the day.
99.
2 more matches after this. Jordan Brooks, Josh Richardson, Mcgurk, Brett Claydon and Alec Small. Just for a second, we
100.
thought was threatening a way of finishing off in the perfect style.
$32.
And we're starting to show concern for Alex Small. He was averaging in the 50s. He was getting an
41.
absolute pasting in the first couple of legs. He's turning this one around. Seen a couple of turnaround victories.
76.
This one could be one of the most important ones so far. Could be the one that knocks David Evans out of contention. He would be bottom of the table
84.
on 2 points and -8 legs unless he can win this one.
$98. Alec McGuirk,
Needs
96.
himself on a finish, but Small here for the match. Well, that's set up nicely for a treble.
56. David, you require
So,
136.
Evans needs a Hail Mary. But he cannot find the 136, and it may well be his final throw of the dice. And so Small
58.
wants
Alec
tops
McGuirk, 40.
for a big victory to keep him in contention come the final day of action.
Game
And that
shot
is
on the
exactly
match.
what Alec
Alex
Small
Small.
does. He gets the better of David Evans by 4 legs to 2. And that could well be a pivotal moment in both players' weeks. Alex Small coming out the victor in the end, an average of 81.5, the game solitary maximum. And of course, as we come to expect of Alex Small these days, a big finish to boot. The 148 this time. He gets the better of David Evans 4-2. Just 2 more matches to go then. It's Jordan Brooks, it's Josh Richardson. It's live and it's next.
So then, time for our penultimate game of the session. Jordan Brooks against Josh Richardson. Can Brooks join Richardson on 6 points, or will Stealth make it 4 wins from 5? His best display of the day so far coming against Brett Claydon. His one average in excess of 90, hitting 40% of his doubles with a fantastic 157 checkout in there as well. The second highest outshot we've seen today, but after a slight wobble early on in the day, he has performed at quite a consistent level. An intriguing encounter ahead and a tough one to call. So to guide you through all the twists and turns, here's Matt and Henry.
Indeed, this is a very tough one to call. Direction of this game will be quite decisive in the table. Josh Richardson currently sat second in there on 6 points. Jordan Brooks back on 4. If Josh Richardson is to win this match, he's going to open up a 4-point buffer between himself and the rest of the chasing pack, and then it'd be sort of over to Shane McGuirk.
Jordan to throw first. Game on.
That will give us sort of a comfortable lead for Shane and Josh going into tomorrow's play. So I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Splinters and say, which way do you see this one going?
I think it's going to be won by the player whose first name begins with J.
97.
Okay, I'll go one better. I'll go the player that names begin with J-O.
This is the worst. Yeah, this is probably the worst game we've ever played in the Coventry box. Oh my goodness. What's going on with the toys today? Was that a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle?
Yeah, that's Leonardo with that one. We should have left that one on there for when
140.
Claydon comes back on, the Shredder. He's obviously the super villain of that certain program. But yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle,
43.
that one. So we've had a duck, we've had a turtle. Very toy theme today.
Been a Toy Story today.
140.
It's almost as if the players are toying with us.
43. Jordan, you're 124.
Anyway, back to the serious business for a second, because Jordan Brooks here wants 1-2-4 for the opening leg. He's got the luxury of time, with Richardson back on 3-5-7.
Just thinking about the route he wants to go. 3 will leave him tops. The 11 leaves him double 16. He's opted for the double 16. Josh Richardson a long way back. Nothing he can do here on the 3-5-7. And you sort of feel the rest of the group.
Jordan, you require 32.
Claydon, David Evans, Alec Small are probably hoping that Jordan Brooks can win this one.
Shot in the first leg.
I don't want to see two players pulling away from the top of the table. Just cling on to the coattails here of Josh Richardson. And
second leg is Josh to throw
over
first.
to Brett Claydon himself to hold on to Shane McGurk. And then that will be a table that will look exactly like I expected it to do, with everything quite bunched together.
It's going to be congested going into tomorrow. Decision down here. Looks as if there's going to be a lot to be decided here in Group C. Well, there's going to be plenty to be decided tonight in Group B as well. That's going to be our action later on this evening. Join us from 10 o'clock this evening. Have a look at that from Jordan Brooks. A little bit of a G up there as he got that 140. Just looking to maybe try and get something going.
He's got enough going at the moment. What he's got going is he is 1-0 up. He needs to keep that one going, keep the points going in that column.
55.
He's going to keep himself in the running for the qualification space. He's won 2 matches, lost 2 today so far, so
121.
even if he is to lose this game, he will be sort of in the running still by that rule of 3.
$100. 40.
This, the big exchange. There's always a big exchange in every game, and it's trying to identify where that is, and I think it's here.
96.
I think this is the moment. This sort of exchange of 6. Jordan Brooks has done his first part. He will get a chance to do the second part. That's the 110 finish.
60.
He's already
Jordan,
took
you
out a
require
Tumplers finish
110.
today. That was the 108. And he's playing like a guy who could get his second.
Game shot in the second leg. Jordan Brooks.
And that is exactly what he does. This is a really good performance from Jordan Brooks. The average after a couple of legs,
Feel like it's Jordan to throw first.
107.36.
Game on.
Yeah, this is the best by far that we've seen today from Jordan Brooks. He probably knows the situation. Not only did he probably hear Abby explain the situation when he came on the stage, but players are aware of how it goes. They know what they need to do. He'll know that he's only on 4 points. He'll know probably the minimum expectation here for himself would have been 6.
96.
And if he does go to 6, that will really turn our attention on our eyes to Brett Claydon, Shane McGurk, because Brett Claydon will be in the last
100.
chance saloon. He'll be in there having a bit of a drink, a bit of a beveragino with Mr. David Evans.
92.
Tell you what, it is a busy bar, isn't it, at times, that last chance saloon?
100.
Yeah, it's always very busy in terms of the amount of people in there, but it's never a popular place.
It's a bit like, you know, when you go out shopping and then you want to go out for a really nice meal somewhere, but the place you'd like to go to is fully booked up, and so you go to the alternative across the road. Well, that is pretty much the darting equivalent when you enter the last chance saloon.
I don't have that issue, you see, because I just sit and wait in the drive-through till the other cars move out of the way, and then I'm fine.
The problem is, I know that you're completely correct in that estimation.
57.
We'll have to come down to that
Jordan, you
Thai
require
restaurant at some point.
131.
No, I won't. I'm absolutely fine without going down there. He took out a 110 or 108. This will be his biggest one, the 131. He just feels likely. Feels more likely he's going to hit than he misses.
And how often do we see this from players where they know they went to the final game of the day and they almost just, it's like they relax. They can just release all the energy. They know they've got nothing left to come. And sometimes you see the best starts as a consequence. We are seeing the best starts from Jordan Brooks. And we're seeing a little bit more emotion from the Sheriff as well. And if he wins this,
Game on.
the Sheriff could overtake the Deputy in the group standings.
Do you know what else we see him? Swagger,
58.
confidence, expectancy. Look how he's approaching the board and the situation, just so sure of himself. Why wouldn't you be?
60.
When you're averaging over 100 for the first 3 legs, you took out a 110, and your opponent's down on the 73 averages, you must feel like it's just a bit easy at this point in time. But we have seen leads evaporate.
140.
And evaporate very quickly.
Well, the max is the only thing really that's been missing from Brooks in this match. How would you sum up Jordan Brooks' day?
Good. Played well. Done the job. If he gets through with this, 6 points, he's fine. He's got a plus leg difference. Averages have been where we expected.
60. Josh
And yet he's showing us
64.
also what he's capable of on the very, very top end of that as well.
80.
It's that
58.
situation again,
Josh
though, where if he wins
84.
big, he will actually overtake Josh Richardson. If he wins this quite big, he'll actually move second in the table.
64.
Even if it's not this leg, Brooks will have the throw in the next.
Four 0 or 4-1 for Brooks. We'll see him go second.
83.
And he will not be able to be dislodged from that
20.
position, so he would be in a qualifying position overnight.
Game show on the 4th leg. Josh Richardson.
Josh Richardson having none of it. He's turned some scores round today.
5th leg
This
is
would be the
Jordan to throw
biggest to
first.
turn
Game
around
on.
a 3-0 deficit against a man who's been playing the best darts of the day.
However, Brooks here has the darts and is trying to use them to full effect. I don't think he was happy with the lie of the first two darts, the way they
139.
kicked up. Maybe it just obscured his view of the bed as he's looking for a max, so he had to come downstairs.
100.
But he's still in command of this leg after the opening throws with the darts.
$85.
We know from what we've seen from Josh so far, and the titles that he has won, he is not just going to accept this position. He won't just accept defeat. Champions don't do that.
123.
They find ways. Brooks looking to find a way towards a win, which would put him right in the mix. But this has been a much improved leg by Richardson. 1-2-1, backed up by a 140 there. But can Brooks finish in style? Not this time.
60.
Felt
Josh
like he
Rock
needed a treble with that
140.
last one. Wasn't able to find it. Will get a shot at the 94. He's got choices.
83.
Does he go for the
Jordan
ball?
194.
Or does he go aggressive? Attack the treble 18. Aggressive is the route. And he will not get a dart at the double, offering Josh Richardson
58.
potentially
Josh
two
Rock
darts.
57.
To bring it back to within one. Tens isn't found.
37.
And so Brooks wants a double.
Jordan, you require
18
36.
for a 4-1 win. Richardson can only look on from the monitor by the side of the stage. And he is going to watch Jordan Brooks seal a 4-1 win. And you could see from his reaction the significance of that. Because Jordan Brooks, the sheriff, is the deputy place player in the group. 6 points on his opening day's play here in Group C. A 93.7 average against Josh Richardson to seal a 4-1 success. A 110 high checkout. 4 out of 6 on the doubles. An impressive performance by Jordan Brooks. He's the victor in that one. And so we head into our final game of the afternoon session, which sees Shane McGurk in action against Brett Claydon after these short messages.
Shane McGurk then with an opportunity to complete the perfect day here at the Super Series and make it 5 wins from 5. The Irishman deserves immense credit for the way he's transformed things, having deteriorated as Group A developed earlier in the week. He was fairly flawless last time out, wasn't he? A 98.5 average with 4 out of 4 on the outer ring, an aspect of his game that let him down earlier in the week. It looks as though he's rectified that. As for Brett Claydon, well, he'll feel significantly better about his chances if he can get a second win here and keep himself close to the leading pack. To talk you through the action then for one final time in this session, here's Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Yes, thank you very much, Abby. The final flings of this afternoon session here at the Super Series, and what has been a thrilling Thursday full of darts. The World Seniors getting underway, and Terry Jenkins becoming the first victor of the tournament, getting the better of our commentary friend and colleague Chris Mason by 3 sets to 2 in an epic duel at the Circus Tavern. But we got one more epic duel here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to bring you on this Thursday afternoon. It's the Shane McGuirk take on Brett Claydon, the two players who were tipped as the favourites at the start of the day, and it's McGurk who gets off to a good start, 140 to begin his match. Both players will be hoping to be at finals night on Saturday evening, which begins, reminder, at the earlier time of 7:30 p.m. Dartshop.tv, and you can get tickets for every single week in this phase from there. So if you want to pre-plan your trip to Champions Night for Series 3, which is on Saturday, May the 6th, it's the same day as the King's Coronation, then why don't you book in advance? Make sure you're here.
With that new start time of 7:30, it's just a much more inviting prospect now, isn't it?
93.
Another night at the darts. Come see Jonathan Worsley in action. He will be joined by 2 players from this group that you are seeing today. And
96, January 128.
This evening's Group B. Chaz Barstow, Andy Hamilton, Steve Brown, Aaron Beanie, Keelan Kay.
92.
Looking forward to that. And then, of course, Saturday we will announce the lineup for week 2. There are some exciting lineups to come. That is all I'm allowed to say at this particular moment in time. Week 3 in particular is looking good. Double 18 for McGurk here. Oh, wow.
Score.
They're 3 well-thrown darts. Neither of them could find the bed.
Yeah, harsh there, literally. You thought he couldn't get any closer, and he just puts them down the wire. Tops for Brett.
40. Shane, you require 36.
But Shane, you feel, all things fair and considered, deserves another go at this. Surely not again. Surely not again. They're literally going down the wire. He can't go inside the wire.
Brett, you require 60.
And Claydon should get an unexpected 2 darts.
$50.
He had the chance to steal, but all he could do was split. And can McGurk find the golden dart on double 9?
10.
Well, that is 8 missed darts at double now for McGurk after a promising scoring phase in this leg. And so can Claydon find the steal on what is now going to be a combination of 1 double 2.
8. Shane, you require 8.
It's all getting a little bit messy. The problem in the week for Shane McGurk was the doubles. He fixed that.
Shane McGurk.
Just as I was starting to remind you of the issues that he was facing during Group A, he fixed that problem as well.
Second leg, it's Brett to throw first.
But it wasn't without drama. Probably more drama in that than a week of watching the weekly soaps.
60.
Which I am looking forward to catching up on when I get back.
I was going to say, don't tell Owen Binks what happened in EastEnders, will you? He'll kill you. Which, to be fair, was probably what happened on EastEnders
59.
anyway. Well, that's a typical episode of Hollyoaks, isn't it? Someone dies, someone has an affair, there's probably some other shenanigans going on.
140.
Just keeping an eye on this league table.
121.
Brett Claydon, David Evans could be leaving here in bother. Brett's still got a chance to put his right. If he is to go on and
58.
win this game against Shane McGurk, he's still in the running, still in the hunt.
He'd still be in the race for finals place here at the live lounge.
$58.
How much do you think for these players as well, if they go on and win on Saturday night, at this time of the year where there's going to be a lot of events starting up, new tours starting up for the new season, that they can nail down the fact that they're going to be here at
55.
Champions Week at the end of April? Can that just be an advantage for them? Because they know as they start their tour programs and things like that, they have got this big occasion to look forward to.
That's it. It's marking the calendar with things to look forward to. I know when I was on the
64.
tour myself, it was always right. I want to at least have a European tour on the horizon or something to look forward to. What you don't want is an endless road of matches with no payoff. And you want those stage games, those payoff moments,
121.
which feel like the reward for all the hard work that you've been doing.
$57.
The man who's
Shane
been the
McGuirk,
king of the bullseye
106.
finishes couldn't find a route to the ball that time, and so McGurk 106 to attain the break of foe and open up a 2-0 lead. He is going to get one dart at tops, and this time he only needed the one dart to get the leg done. He missed a plethora of doubles in the previous leg, but he only needed the one opportunity this time. And he opens up a 2-0 lead on Brett Claydon, obtains the break of throw, and the game is very much in his leisure, in his control, and in his grasp.
45. $23.
106 completes the card. Everyone now having a 100+ finish today. Shane McGuirk was the only player
58.
without one. He did manage 3 in Group A. It was actually the biggest one in Group A, the 147.
30.
He also had a 124 and a shot that Chris Murphy wasn't very happy with putting down as a tumpless finish, which was the 100, saying it was just a 2-darter and it's no
99.
no harder to hit than, say, 76.
Stats don't lie. Technically 100 plus.
60.
Chris Murphy has obviously moved over to the Seniors World Championship.
59.
Doing a sterling job, as ever, is our Murph. The king of the quiz.
140.
King of the commentary box here at the Super Series.
The king of the hockey might be about to be Shane McGurk, because if he can get over the line here and
100.
get this victory against Brett Claydon, he'll have a perfect day. 5 games played, 5 games won, 10 points. And when I say 14 points is the expected cut-off point, that will mean he'll just need just 2
Shane
wins
McGuirk,
from
140.
5 matches tomorrow to confirm his place alongside John Worsley.
60. Break your record, 155.
Census has to go. Not going to go. And so McGurk should get a dart at tops as a minimum
57. Shane
to
McGuirk,
open up
80.
a 3-0 lead. And to brush aside Brett Claydon potentially. Up the ladder he goes.
Game
Wait,
shot
2
the
out of 2
third
on
leg.
tops.
Shane McGuirk.
And McGurk has a 3-0 lead. And
Full leg
Clayton,
is
who had his
Brett to throw
opportunities in the
first.
opening leg
Game
of this match, has been restricted ever since. And it is McGurk who is on the cusp of what would be a perfect
83.
day here in Group C. It would be 5 wins from 5, 10 points from 10. Cannot get any better than that. Matthew Edgar has made his way up to the balcony to have a chat with our presenter Abigail Davis about all the action we've seen so far today. And don't forget that we're going to be back at 10 o'clock this evening for the
85.
beginning of Group B. So please do join us for that here on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube
100.
channel.
$100. $180.
And the end may be nigh now for Brett Claydon. 81 for the match for what could be an 11th darter to finish off what has been
81.
a perfect day in near perfect style. Goes bullseye first. And so 88 for 12 darter to finish.
65.
And finish with a flourish.
$85. Shane McGuirk.
To finish in style, McGurk wants 88. There's a little shuffle across.
Game
And
shot on the match.
into the double
Shane
it goes,
McGuirk.
and Shane McGurk. It's a perfect day on Thursday here at the Super Series for him. A 4-0 win against Brett Claydon seals a 5-0 day. He does it with a 78 average, but that's mainly because of the missed doubles in the opening leg. A 106 high checkout for McGurk there to get the better of Brett Claydon by 4 legs to 0. And so that rounds off our 15 matches for the afternoon session. A reminder, we're back tonight from 10. But to round things off, Matthew Edgar's made his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Abigail Davies.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Right, Matt, we often talk about players needing to wipe the slate clean when they come into a Group C campaign. Just explain, though, how difficult it is to do what Shane McGurk has done today.
Oh, that's fantastic what he's done, because he's been sliding in performance. It's not like he just was consistently at a certain level and just sort of just need to up it. It was getting worse and worse and visibly worse. And the finishing as well over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, again, progressively worse. He went down to about 1 in 5 in the end. Much, much better today. And it just felt like he was playing. But even when the numbers didn't back it up as much, I was surprised when I looked at the stats at the end there, that match, I saw 78 average, because it felt like it was so much more than that. And that's just the confidence he's playing with now.
Yeah, he just feels so in control of his game, and it's clear to see at the moment, isn't it? We can have a little look at the league standings at the halfway point in Group C. It is, of course, Shane McGurk after a perfect day on 10 points. Perhaps the surprising factor there is that Brett Claydon's picked up just 2 points. He's not really kicked into gear, has he? Would it be fair to say that maybe when a player's making a debut here at the Super Series, maybe it's better for them to start off in Group A so they can get used to the surroundings before such a cutthroat format in Group C?
I didn't think this would be something that really affected Brett Claydon due to the fact that he's played on things such as the Pro Tour. When you've done that, you don't tend to find it as surprising coming to something like this, especially when he's played on things like the UK Opens and European Tours that he's spoken about. But yeah, I'm absolutely surprised to see him down there at the bottom of the table on just 2 points, and I think he's in real trouble. I say you need 14 points to get through this. Sometimes you might get away with 12, but it's out of his hands now. Even if he wins all his games, he needs other results to go his own way, and then he might squeak in, but I think he's in big, big trouble.
Yeah, indeed. Right then, the focus will turn to Group B this evening. We're underway from 10 p.m. We can have a little look at the bracket slide to prepare you for this evening. Aaron Beanie, someone you know very well. I believe you're going to meet up with him in a little while. What will it be that you're talking about? If you can share.
I don't think I can. I haven't seen him for a few months, so there's probably going to be some reminiscing and some stories. Some of them I might share on air later on tonight, but he's given me a list of things I can't say. And some of the stories he doesn't want shared, I might share them anyway, because I think they're funny. And I'm sure the viewers will find them as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Aaron Beanie play tonight. As well with that, Steve Brown really catches the eye for me because he got so much better as the week went on. It'd be interesting to know how he spent his day. He's got a lot of commitments outside of being Steve Brown, the dart player now. He obviously runs the JDC and the ADC. I can imagine he's probably had a day like an office day in the hotel room, and then he can't wait to get here for what I've called, for him now, darts as a bit of a holiday.
Yeah, and just finally a word on Chaz Barstow, because we've mentioned it many times already, or I have at least, that he didn't have a good Q score. But when he comes here, he often plays very, very well, especially when he's playing in the evening sessions. What do you expect from him tonight?
I haven't got a clue. If you can get a read on what Chaz Barstow's going to do, then well done. But I honestly, at this point in time, I don't know if Chaz Barstow knows what Chaz Barstow's going to do. And we've seen him play amazing stuff. I mean, I go back to that year he made the World Championships when he was winning Challenge Tour events, and he got through and played Michael van Gerwen on the World Championship stage and pushed him. Gave him a real good game. And you think Chaz Barstow's going to move on next year, and he didn't. And then you think, well, he'll do it this year. And he hasn't yet. But yet's the key word.
Right then, we will find out what Chaz Barstow is able to do here in Group B. From 10 p.m. this evening, we will be back on your screens. Make sure you come and join us then for the start of Group B.